Welcome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Zenaida Gould, and I'm with the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, and I'm with Graciela Sanchez, Executive Director of the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center. It is a beautiful day to be in the Westside. The Westside Preservation Alliance, which is umbrellaed under the Esperanza, created the Imatenayuca Speaker Series in 2018 to highlight innovative work in community history, historic preservation, and social justice. And we expanded that series to include the Westside History Symposium last year in 2020. Today, we gather at the historic Guadalupe Theater, right here in the heart of the West Side, to not only learn and share West Side history, but also to commemorate the 1921 flood, one of the worst floods in Texas history that was particularly devastating to the West Side and that exposed long-standing inequalities along racial, ethnic, and class lines. We had this morning a fantastic, touching, beautiful ceremony by the side of the creek. And I want to thank everyone who was involved in organizing that, Dr. Castañeda, Hera and Vanessa, thank you so much. And Dr. Carmen Tafoya, who read a beautiful poem. It was really lovely. And Michael Mariñez, who made the flower arrangements, thank you. And Mary Agnes Rodriguez for making this beautiful descanso. We have a stellar lineup of speakers for you today, as well as opportunities for you to share your own stories. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our hosts for today, the Guadalupe Cultural Arts Center. They have been cultivating, promoting, and preserving traditional and contemporary Latino arts for decades, and it's a real treasure to have them here in our city. And here, of course, in the West Side. They opened the doors to this theater last year when we did our first Westside History Symposium, and we were not able to have an audience because of the pandemic, so it was just live streamed. So we're so glad that we were able to bring in at least a small audience this year in person. We're still live streaming, and then hopefully next year we can come back and have this place packed. And I just want to, again, I want to thank Graciela from the Esperanza, all the folks from the Westside Preservation Alliance, the Historic Westside Resident Association, and all of the volunteers. And so Graciela's going to say some more.
Buenos días, queridas y queridos y queridex. My name is Graciela Sanchez y me da un honor estar aquí con ustedes just to say hello and to say buenos días. And I would also, I know Terry Castillo, our councilwoman, will be here later on, but on behalf of the councilwoman, welcome you today, and also do want to recognize that Councilwoman Ana Sandoval is here. So thank you for being here. I grew up in this neighborhood, half a mile from here on Santiago and then Veracruz. And as we all know, the history of this neighborhood has always been one about how bad we are, how lazy we are, how poor we are, all negative, you know, the druggies on Guadalupe Street, las cantinas on Guadalupe Street, you know, just negative, negative, negative. And that really harms the spirit. That harms just your whole sense of self. And I was fortunate enough to have been raised by my two beloved parents, Isabel and Enrique Sanchez, and you all know my mama passed away, so I want to also honor Mom today. But I think more than anyone else, because she was born in 1923 on Veracruz Street, and she lived, except for 2 years of her life, in that same neighborhood. And in my family's history, we've lived in this 2-block radius for almost 130 years. And they challenged those stereotypes, and they said, is it true? Look around you. What's really happening here? Those are lies. And those lies have been part of our history for over 100 years. Because again, my mom was 98 when she passed. And she said she heard those stories since she was a child. So monies have been put into this neighborhood, but not enough, you know. We've always been left behind. Wherever communities of color exist, wherever poor people exist. And so, you know, one of the processes to move this moment together was in our attempts to preserve the buildings of the Westside. And in 2009, 2008, the Casa Maldonado, which they called the Pink Building, was going to be demolished. And I was driving by and they were having a ceremony because they were going to tear it down. And I called up Antonia Castañeda. It's like, another building is coming down, Antonia. What do we do? You know, it can't just be me and you and a few other people trying to preserve these casitas. So it was at that moment we said, let's create another entity, a coalition, where we invite individuals from this community, where we invite the nonprofits in this community, where we invite people to help us preserve not just the built environment, but also the stories, the traditions, the values of this community, and save the people from being pushed out because of this oncoming gentrification. And so that's when the Westside Preservation Alliance started, and we have been preserving many buildings, and we are fighting to create policies to change, to help preserve, again, la gente here and all our built environment. And, you know, as these dangerous moments of neoliberalism continue just to slam onto our lives, you know, we have to be able to stop it and say, no more. We've dealt with it 100 years ago when you didn't care about this neighborhood. You ignored us, you erased us, and now you see how important this land is, and you see how important living downtown is, and so now you want this land, and you want these properties, and you want to just be here because you're gonna be close to downtown. It's like, no, we deserve to be here. We've been here, we've toiled and struggled, and we haven't gotten paid for it, and we have died through these floods, and we have died through these diseases, and we have built this city on our sweat and our tears, and you haven't paid us, and you don't want to give us sick leave, and you don't, but we're going to stay here because this is what we have built, and now as we improve this neighborhood, we deserve to stay here. So, con eso, I want to just ask us that it's not just these moments of a symposium or a plática that we have, it's a lifetime commitment, and so help us continue to preserve this community. Sign up outside and say you want to be part of the Esperanza, the Historic Westside Residents Association, the Westside Preservation Alliance, and help us continue to build and create conciencia entre nuestra comunidad, conciencia con nuestros líderes, and let's then create those policies that help us stay here. Okay, that's me. I also wanted, on behalf of the Guadalupe, to just let you know at 10 a.m. the bookstore will open up. And the other thing, I just heard from George Cisneros that Jesse Trevino, the artist, passed away. So to Jesse and to all the elders who have passed in these 18, 19 months of this pandemic, this symposium is to honor you all. So muchas gracias. Is that it? Okay.
I want to make sure that we thank all of our sponsors who made today possible. It took a lot of effort to bring all of this together. The WPA is a volunteer organization, and so we were able to bring in a bunch of different partners for today. I want to thank AARP San Antonio, who is underwriting the live streaming of today's event. Thank you, AARP. I want to thank the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, the Trinity University Center for Educational Leadership, which is sponsoring today's lunch, the Castañeda Madrid Fund, which is sponsoring our keynote speaker, the City of San Antonio Office of Historic Preservation, UTSA University Relations, Trinity University Press, which I think we're going to get a little announcement about them later, and of course the Historic Westside Neighborhood Association, Resident Association. Yes, and they have a table in the back where they're always collecting little stories about why you love the West Side, and those stories are so great to hear. Yes. Okay, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Char Miller. Char is a prolific scholar and author of environmental history. He is Director of Environmental Analysis and the W.M. Keck Professor of Environmental Analysis and History at Pomona College in California. He previously taught at Trinity University for quite a while, so you may know him from his years here in San Antonio. He is the author of the award-winning Gifford Pinchot and the Making of Modern Environmentalism, Deep in the Heart of San Antonio, Land and Life in South Texas, and Public Lands, Public Debates, A Century of Controversy, as well as editor of On the Border, An Environmental History of San Antonio, and also 50 Years of the Texas Observer. Other books include Not So Golden State, so he's started writing about California. Not So Golden State, Sustainability versus the California Dream, and On the Edge, Water, Immigration, and Politics in the Southwest. Most recently, he published this new book, Westside Rising, How San Antonio's 1921 flood devastated a city and sparked a Latino environmental justice movement. We are honored to have him with us for today's commemoration of the 1921 flood.
That sounds like a heckler from Trinity. Good morning. It is a deep honor to be with you today, particularly to have spent an hour on a bridge throwing flowers into the water, an arroyo that 100 years ago destroyed this neighborhood, destroyed many neighborhoods, destroyed many lives. And as I mentioned on the bridge, one of the things that drove me in writing this is to figure out a way to tell the stories of those who lost, who died, who were victims of the flood, but also of the communities that were at once wiped out, but also came back. And this photograph on the cover, when I saw it in the Library of Congress, I realized that had to be the cover, because it tells both stories simultaneously of loss and resilience. I don't know who this young woman is. I don't know who her subsequent children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren probably are, but I suspect some of you in the room at least are somehow connected to her. And that photograph was on my bulletin board in my office so that I remembered every day when I was writing the book why I was writing it. And that's self-serving in its way, but it also got me through what is, I think, as I felt on that bridge, the hardest piece to do, which is to both put yourself in the skin of those who were there at the time, to inhabit them as best I'm able to as a white male who lived in Olmos Park. I mean, let's acknowledge the positionality, which is rather important. But also because if I could empathize, if I could see the world as she saw it, as best I could do, then I could start to tell stories that aren't my own in voices that are not my own. Kenny Walker is here today as well, who's got a new book coming out with Alabama Press, writing about San Antonio. And I was really struck by his introduction, which I read in a draft at some point, because he was trying to do the same kind of thing, thinking through the lives of others to help them explain what it was that happens in a community that may not be, in fact, our own precisely. So I'm grateful to this young woman who stood in front of a photographer 2 days after the flood and stared right into that camera. She wasn't bowed. I mean, she was not awed by the fact that a cameraman wants to take a photograph of her. She has a child in her arms, which for me, of course, is about that future to come. but we don't know if her parents are gone. We don't know anything about that. And so that's sort of part of the resonance of this photograph, is trying to think through what it must have meant at that split second when the shutter clicked. And she recorded herself, not just the camera person. She recorded herself on that film that is now in the Library of Congress. It's free. You can find it. And in seeing that, I realized that part of my obligation in the book was also to show those images. And there's a lot in the book. There are all of the images that I've been able to collect and my students digitized are up on the Trinity University Library Special Collection. There's an archive there. They're all there for free. Anytime you want to download them, do it. In part because documents like this need to be public. Too often, like the stories that they hold, they have been marginalized, erased, disappeared in a way like the bodies in the 1921 flood that vanished. The other piece about the book is, if this is the cover, the bookend to the book is really the list of those names that I've been able to recover of those who died, those who were injured, those who were missing, because they speak as loudly and perhaps even louder as we discovered this morning on that bridge as we read their names. They are with us still. And it was important to gather as many as I could, and I'll tell you right now, I know the list is incomplete. The city declared 51 had died. I have 80 names. As the police chief acknowledged a month later, there were probably hundreds who disappeared, and we just don't know who they are and have no way to recover them at this point, 100 years out. So that's part of the backstory. The other part of the backstory, or at least the story of this story, is to start to think about why it happened. Again, standing on that bridge this morning, looking north along Alazan Creek, and someone asked me, and I can't, Gilberto, I think it was, asked me, like, what's the headwaters of this creek? And I tried in my mind to follow it north, and it's, you know, sort of near Medical Center, somewhere in that neighborhood where it started, because it's the Zarzamora Creek that flows into it, and that creek in itself is really important. But what we really need to do, and I don't know how far away you are from this and whether you can actually see it, but part of the story is about place. San Antonio, like Austin, like San Marcos, like New Braunfels, they flood because of where they are. And where they are is understandable because there's two things going on here, one of which is the Gulf, the other of which is the Edwards Plateau and the Balcones Escarpment. And the relationship between land and water is essential to understanding the 21 flood. The warm waters, bathtub warm waters that wash out of the Gulf on a southwesterly, northwesterly flow, run into the escarpment, run into the higher elevation of the Edwards Plateau, and through a variety of climatological processes, develop those extraordinary thunderstorms that rock this city periodically. I actually used to love those storms. My house moved, and I fell asleep beautifully. I just could sleep. I can't sleep through the trains, but thunderstorms I can sleep through. But that was also a signal to anyone who lived in San Antonio when one of those thunderstorms blew up, that water hits in one place and moves very rapidly to someplace else. And so part of it was to write about this geological process so that we understand why the National Weather Service calls San Antonio and its neighbors just to the north of, along the Balcones Escarpment, Flash Flood Alley. But Flash Flood Alley runs into social systems that over years have experienced what Rob Nixon calls slow violence. So you have this speedy event that runs into the inequalities of the city, like this one, and expose those inequalities as it races through a community and tears apart one part of town, but not another part. Lower ground as opposed to higher ground, poor neighborhoods as opposed to the rich. In a city that has segregated itself, stratified it, much like the very geology on which we sit, that there are those who have occupied one space who do not live in another. And so part of it was then to say, okay, if place matters, how do we understand what happened that night, September 9 and 10, when the skies opened up, the electricity literally illuminated San Antonio, and I suspect everyone in the Westside knew exactly what was about to happen. So part of this was to go back through the U.S. Geological Survey, the USGS today, its archive, look for maps, and here's one that they constructed shortly after the flood. This was done in October 1921. And you see at once the Westside creeks, but also the San Antonio River and the way in which the San Pedro Creek and the San Antonio River merged. There were only 2 times that we know of that happened, one in 1819, the first major flood that ever was recorded in San Antonio that probably, as best one can tell retrospectively, now 200 years ago, was bigger than the 21 flood. But there were also a couple of thousand people who lived here. So there wasn't the density, there wasn't the landscape, there wasn't the death, damage, and disarray at quite the same levels as there was in 21. But part of what I was also interested in is what this map does not say. It shows us the floodplain. It shows us where we should not have been living. And there was a choice to live in this space, in part because the Spanish, who believed in sedentary agriculture, meant that you dug down, you plowed, and you grew what you could, and you had to do it near a floodplain because that's where water was. You used the acequias to get the water around, but you still compactly lived within the flood basin because that was the ground that you could till. And every time the floodwaters washed in and washed away, you rebuilt. That was flood control, which is to say there was none. And I get it, perfectly understand in terms of the economy that they wanted to establish in South Texas, as they did in Los Angeles, another city that floods enormously. In El Paso, which also floods, every place, Phoenix and places like that in the Salt River Valley, they made certain choices about the built landscape that they would construct that was constructed right into the flood basin. And so there was a gamble. When would the next flood come? Who would it wash away? A story that San Antonio, it's hard to see, I know you're far away, but if you can see sort of that black section, that's the central hub of downtown San Antonio, the Spanish city, even though this is a map of 1921. It's Military Plaza to Alamo Plaza, effectively is what we're looking at in this map. So place matters and also demonstrates why that flood happened in the ways that it did. And then, by luck, as I say in the acknowledgement, a guy walked into my office at Trinity sometime in the 1990s and said, I think you're going to want to look at what's in my HEB bag. And it was a big report that the US Army wrote that I don't think anybody outside of the Army has ever seen about the 1921 flood. And embedded in that were all of these photographs that are now on Trinity Special Collections archives. The Signal Corps went out, as you can see in this slide, from 6:30 in the morning. The floodwaters on Commerce Street were still very high, even though it's 6 hours after the major part of the flood occurred. That's how much water was flowing through the city past the high point of that flood. You can see here the St. Mary Street Bridge. I was talking to students in San Angelo. I was Zooming with students in San Angelo at Angelo State 2 days ago. And I said, tell me what you see in the photograph. And they started counting off, like tree trunks and all of this debris. And I said, well, where do you think that came from? All of that debris, also because of the nature of the hill country, is coming washing down and then taking out every single one of the bridges in the city. A city that had more than 100 bridges, had none of which were usable immediately after the flood. Again, that's partly about construction, but it's mostly about the debris, the amount of debris that flowed through this city in extraordinary ways. More than 200 cars were destroyed, and we think, okay, 200 cars. Well, in a city that was as poor as San Antonio was, that's a lot of cars that got wiped out as a result. And again, part of what we're looking at is the way in which the city is built into its flood basin helps explain the damage. I'm not sure what explains the cypress blocks in front of the Gunter Hotel. Rather than using macadam, they decided to use very heavy, dense wood, cypress, and put it onto the street to harden it, which in a flood just lifted it up and used them as projectiles to knock through windows and take out walls and do greater damage as a result of that. And so some of this is about recapturing how the city actually was put together, and the way you do that is to watch it fall apart. So you can do that with the material world. You can do it as well in other ways when the military, as you can see here, literally flowed downhill from Fort Sam and other installations into the community at the peak of that flood, pulling hundreds of bodies out, saving hundreds of people, and also finding corpses where they could. And I want to end this piece of the talk on this photograph because it also helps us understand what did not happen after the flood. This is San Pedro Creek. Note the buildings that basically create a flood control channel, or certainly a channeling of the creek, which, as I talked with the students at Angelo State about, I said, so what happens when you have a wall like this and water flows into that wall and rises up? And they all said, it gets faster. I said, that's right. Imagine it then flushing out from that point, and it's just going to move more quickly at a higher volume and take out more housing of one form or another. And San Pedro Creek was, like Alazan Creek, a killing machine in September 9/10. And part of it is for that. But the other thing to know is shortly after the flood, the city's ambition, and it's a fair one, was like, okay, we've got to move these buildings back. Let the creek be a creek and not this dangerous thing. But I can show you photographs 30 years later where those buildings did not move. And so some things happened in the city post-flood in some parts of town, including the major trunk of the San Antonio River, and didn't happen elsewhere, which is a central piece of the book, is sort of articulating some of that. This photograph, devastating in its way, of dozens of homes washed away along the Alazan. Again, it's hard to see, and I know, especially for you back in the cheap seats back there, to see what we're looking at. But there are individuals who are picking through the disarray, looking for possessions that they might have been washed out of their houses. My guess is day 2 of the flood, what they're really looking for are their relatives, to try to find them. Where they found them, more often than not, was here at the International and Great Northern Railroad trestle tracks on the west side. Tons of debris crashed up against that trestle and caught bodies. And it took days to dig through the 20, 30 feet of debris to locate the corpses, and in many cases they were so badly decomposed they had to be buried where they were, so we have no identification. The thing to note about this, though, in another sense, is all railroads but one rolled through the west side. All tank farms, as you can see burning in the background, were located on the west side. All landfills were located on the west side. All stockyards were located on the west side. All slaughterhouses were located on the west side. All laundry services and others were located on the west side. It was a sacrifice zone. By design, by law, by code, by policy, all that would punish the west side in every sense were located there. So it isn't just the flood, though the flood shows us these inequities, that was inequitable. It's the whole infrastructure, and within weeks of the flood, the city decided to put yet another incinerator on the west side so that the air one breathed here, as the air flows off of the Gulf, pushed it deeper into the west side. It doesn't dissipate it. It just sort of moves it through the community. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong on the west side. Graciela sort of raised those issues from the 20th century, but I would argue that that was equally true in the 19th. So one of the ways of thinking about what slow violence means is not just to watch a very fast flood move through, but then to ask, what's the slow violence that is perpetuated in a community, and that includes the built landscape and the industries and all of the other things that were there, but it also is included in a way in terms of how its resources, in this case the Buena Vista playground, were wiped out because it was built along the creek side. And in a sense, it's also reflected in the kind of rescue mission that occurred, or at least historically and narratively, the larger story that's told, and I want to complicate that in a second. Because all of the newspapers, including La Prensa, praised the Red Cross for the speedy response that it made, and I would not disagree that the Red Cross was on the scene very, very quickly. But Cruz Azul, a Mexican-American, Mexican organization composed largely of women, led by women, were on the scene faster. They provided food, they provided shelter, they provided clothing, they provided comfort, warmth, and support in Spanish. The leaders of that organization were those who cooked the food, unlike the Red Cross, who had the US Army come in. And again, I'm not complaining about what the Red Cross did, but I want you to see the discrepancies, or at least the differences between one form of aid and another form of aid, one of which is coming in from the outside, the other of which is from the bottom up, the local community, the grassroots, in response. The other thing about this tent city that was constructed on the west side, served food by hundreds of meals every day. So did Cruz Azul. In fact, Cruz Azul did such a good job that effectively the Red Cross, and I've got a note which talks about this, ceded that work to them as they began to shut down their operations, which tells you something else, that the Red Cross, great as it is supposed to be a temporary expedient, sort of a Band-Aid approach, and then it leaves so that the local community can respond. And so here's the original of the cover. And as much as I love the young woman who ultimately serves as the focal point for the cover, I'm actually really interested in the girl to her immediate right. That cocked hip, like, what's going on here exactly? The fact that they were at what the Army called a rolling kitchen, a food truck in our language, tells you something about the way in which the city managed its resources and utilized it, but that's not how the city talked about it. It didn't talk about the Red Cross, and I'm talking about the politicians of the city, as being national. They talked about them being local, which was not true. They assumed that the US Army, do note the first two initials, was a local institution when it was a federal government institution. And so the city could say one day after the flood, the mayor sent a telegram to every single newspaper in the United States of note, including the New York Times, which I guess is noteworthy, saying that the flood was not as bad as you've heard. San Antonio will take care of itself, and we don't need any outside help, which was news to the National Red Cross. They said, well, if you're going to say that, well, why are we here? And why are you also asking privately for money? You either put your message out that you need help and you'll get a lot of money, or you don't need our help and we will go. And so San Antonio, at the power elite level anyway, was trying to play the game in two directions. And so part of what I was so lucky, I sort of looked through the Library of Congress and I found an archive of the Red Cross's letters and telegrams and memos about the 1921 flood. And I started reading them and I realized there is a very complicated rescue mission going on in which the local Red Cross wanted to slow down the process, to reduce the impact, because Albert Steves, a family that is with us still in this town, who was the chapter president, believed in a patriarchal sort of way and a patrician sort of way that really, the poor are fine. We will rebuild their housing exactly the way it was, and the Red Cross is going, no, you're not. Not if you're using our money. You're going to actually rebuild them better than they were. And so you can see this inner struggle going on in which the National Red Cross is appalled by the racism that it's encountering, racism that it had seen 3 months earlier in Tulsa, just a different color in a different place. So that chapter is important because I think it also helps us understand with outside voices what was happening in the streets of San Antonio days after the flood, and also helps us understand why flood control happened in one place and not in another. For whom? Again, you're not going to be surprised. For those of you who have grown up on the West Side, you understand this story in your bones in ways that I had to sort of pick through archives to try to figure out how to put this story together in ways that I could. But it's interesting to me that there were two narratives about the flood. One was 3 days long, the other has been a century long. The 3-day-long story was the West Side was devastated, it was in disarray, and large numbers of people died. And there was a tremendous amount of sympathy, and I do not want to diminish that element of it. Every single newspaper, every utterance publicly of the politicians for 3 days was about what happened on the West Side. When it came time to spend money, it was about the central core, the downtown core, that needed to be protected. And so day 3, including La Prensa, every single newspaper started with a single trope: build a dam. The Olmos Dam. Now, mind you, they had known that they should have built a dam cutting off the Olmos Creek over the San Antonio River in 1845. The exact same formulation that they would use in 1921 had been articulated in 1845 after another devastating flood, one of many in the 19th century. They knew what they should have done. They just didn't want to pay for it. Now they do, not because they're a richer town, although they were, but because people on the West Side died at such a level they felt they had to do it, build a dam that wouldn't help the West Side one iota. So this dam, which I think it's fair to say is probably the single most important public works project the city had ever marshaled, is important because it did one thing. It spent public money to protect private capital. So this isn't just about race, it's also about class. And that discrepancy only mounts further because of the dam. So I'll do this quickly because I'm running out of time, I think. The book is really good and goes into great detail. Trust me. But I want you to look at the dam and then look in the background of the dam at the water tower, which stands over Trinity University today and over Olmos Park. Olmos Park was created because of that dam. And we know that because I found these phenomenal advertisements in the post-flood period. Drive across it. Well, who has money to buy a car to drive across the dam, to go and buy an Olmos Park that has a covenant that says within it, and I know this because that's where I lived, that says African Americans and Mexican Americans may not live here. If they are here, they can be chauffeurs, they can be maids, and they can be cooks. Literally, the covenant describes the class relationships and power dynamics inside individual households. As if the car alone doesn't convey that, the covenant reinforces it. So you build suburbs, Olmos Park, Alamo Heights, which had already existed, but now with the dam and connecting those two suburbs will grow larger. Terrell Hills will also be created. Please note the last word in those places' names. Park Hills Estates is Olmos Park. Alamo Heights, Terrell Hills, we're selling elevated land at a higher price than you can sell any other land in the city at that time. Go downstream, and now that you can control the San Antonio River and have straightened it out and concretized it and made it a flood control ditch, you can now get the River Walk, known here as the Shops of Aragon and Romula, a faint bow to Star Trek. Come on. It's okay, you can laugh. So at the river level, like the suburbs, are fundamentally reorganized. If you go to the street level, between 1921 and 1930, with the onslaught of the Great Depression, a large number of tall buildings are built. San Antonio becomes a modern city in a particular architectural way because it now has a skyline. The Tower Life building is Smith Young Tower. Tower Life building is the only largest expression of that but it's one of about 20 buildings, and the book goes deeply into that process to look at how streets are reorganized, the sky opens up, and you can have segregated work patterns inside these buildings that unfold as well. So the city is rebuilding itself, or a portion of the city is being rebuilt as a consequence of that one object, the Olmos Dam. And so you're wondering, okay, that's what downtown got. And if private capital benefited, and boy did it, just look at that building, but also look at the Knicks, look at Alamo National Bank, look at what's now the Emily Morgan Hotel. You can walk in the downtown core and you can see what the dam constructed. But you can also see something else if you walk a mile and a half west. And this is a photograph by Russell Lee, one of the New Deal photographers that was dispersed across the country under Franklin Roosevelt to capture, to chronicle the impact of the Great Depression. Lee spent about 2 months or more in San Antonio. But this photograph, for me, in this book, is probably the most powerful expression of what did not happen. So, Lee is standing on the banks of the Apache Creek. He captures a photograph of an inhabited shack, like many in the neighborhood, and he took a lot of photographs of the corrals and others. In the middle ground is San Fernando Cathedral's cemetery, where we will go later today. And in the background, what? Downtown. Smith-Young Tower, Alamo National Bank. You can look in between them and you can see the Medical Arts Building, which is now the Emily Morgan Hotel. Within a mile and a half, you see the gulf, widening gulf of class, race, and racism. And you can also see what didn't happen. One side got flood control, the other did not. One got a hell of a lot wealthier, the other was immiserated. And that too is the story of a flood in 1921, because its impact is enduring. And that's part of the story that I wanted to capture in the book. But I also felt that there was a final chapter that's still ongoing also. That I was originally titled Westside Rising, and the press said, nah, that's the title for the book. So I've named this chapter Uprising, like, okay, you're not getting rid of Rising. Because one of the things that's profoundly important, and why we're here today in this space, I think, is to start back with the story of Cruz Azul. San Antonio was the most significant location of mutual aid societies among Mexican populations in the United States. And Cruz Azul is one of those mutual aid societies that demonstrated the power, resilience, and capacity of the community to protect itself. It couldn't protect itself from flood because it was not getting flood control, but it could protect itself in a lot of other ways. And Cruz Azul helps us understand that. But it's going to take time for that resilience to actually become political. And I think in a way, there's at least two stories, and I narrow it down to two, and I know there are others out there. But one has to do with top-down authority and capacity to generate federal dollars, and that resides and is lodged in the body and politics of Henry B. Gonzalez, who, as you know, in 1960 was an insurgent candidate for Congress. No one expected him to win except Henry B. And that guy was indefatigable. The campaign in 1960 is a phenomenal example of someone who just said, screw it. And he won. He won big time over a very conservative white candidate and changed the dynamic politically at the upper level of governance. Because the moment he got into office, and he lived on the West Side, he understood what flooding meant to the West Side. He understood why the West Side did not have water mains, but every other part of the city had been sewered, and it had not. And so he was going to use the federal trough to channel cash to his neighborhood. And he was also concerned about the Olmos Dam, and he's actually the one in the 1970s that raised the alarm that that dam was poorly built, and it was, by the way, and I've got a whole set of details that show that. And so you had to tear it down and rebuild it because it would not have done what it was supposed to have done had the 1998 flood hit it under its earlier construction. But he spent a lot of money on Alazan, Apache, and other creeks because he understood full well that that's part of his responsibility as a public servant. You spend federal dollars if you're a congressperson because that's how you elevate the neighborhood as best you can. But there's a second story, and again, many in the room know this full well, far better than I, in which COPS, Communities Organized for Public Services, and please don't miss the last two letters and what they mean. Public services. There is an obligation upon those who serve, and Congresswoman Sandoval, I'm looking at you, to use the budget to sustain one's district in your case, but the community in the other case. So how does that happen? Henry B. can do what Henry B. can do with federal monies. You have to somehow also get local cash and state dollars as best you can. And what Ernie Cortez did is like a textbook example of how you build a grassroots movement. And I call it a Latino environmental justice movement, in part because of what he and COPS went after. Flood control, drainage, it was called. Streets, sanitation, water mains, sewer mains, streetscape environmentalism. You go at the local micro level and you demand that the physical structure of the city be reconstructed in neighborhoods that had not experienced that ever, or very rarely. So how do you do that? And again, the stories are legendary. When I arrived in San Antonio in 1981, those stories were circulating constantly about how you challenge political authority, how you shake it to its core, how you disrupt public meetings in a way through accountability sessions and others that fundamentally alter the discourse about politics, about the discourse of who has been marginalized, the discourse about how those marginalized people who have been sustaining themselves for decades, keep in mind, could then rearrange political structures in a community such as San Antonio. The book goes into a great deal of that, but I want you to look at two things, one of which is there is, as he says, an aspect of our humanity that only emerges when we engage with those around us in a debate about our own interests, not someone else's interests, but our own. And that's a language that had not been heard in San Antonio because the public interest then was held in the hands of those who held political power. So to get political power, you had to understand your interests may not be the same as those others. That's point one. Point two is when you start to have success, then you must translate that to other places. And the so-called University of Cops was a Westside institution in which activists from all over the country came to learn what had happened here. Ernie moved to East LA to teach and advocate in that barrio what had happened here. And so while often, and now that I live in Los Angeles, I hear this a lot, often LA is thought of as the generator of ideas. In fact, it's the receptor. It receives ideas. And so San Antonio, like Atlanta, is the galvanizing force for two civil rights movements that emerged in the United States, frankly, essentially at the same time, and then flashed out to other communities of control. But COPS is doing it for two reasons. In and of the sense that its present is predicated on this past. It's going to rebuild a city that this child, I suspect, never lived to see. But as we said on the bridge this morning, part of what we're doing is not just remembering those who were killed, maimed, hurt, injured, damaged, but also trying to repair them in our memory. And I think COPS is one part of its mission was to do that. That is to say, repair the past so that we can build it for these kids from SAISD who are standing at Confluence Park at the confluence of San Pedro Creek and the San Antonio River, another killing machine in 1921. These children whose hands are on the watershed that destroyed their community 100 years ago. That's a very different approach to the river and those creeks than was possible in 1921. And so the book ends with the sort of rearticulation of the greenways, which I'm a big fan of, largely because of this photograph. These are local recreational areas in ways that the Riverwalk is for tourists. This is for you, for us. And I think part of what those children are also demonstrating is that it's not a landscape to be feared. It's a place of play. That's a huge shift. Admittedly, a shift that took a century to achieve and is still ongoing, and I'm thrilled by that ongoingness because it means we can live in a different way in this city, at least in relationship to the creeks. The social inequities persist, the economic discrepancies persist, the racism persists. But this gives me a sense of how change can happen, as does the history of COPS, as does Henry B's work, in ways that I think we should also draw on. As Graciela said, the Westside has always been perceived as negative, and part of what I want the book to end on is that that negativity can be destroyed by those who live it and are told that they live it. And I think part of what these children are helping us to also see, or certainly helped me to see, is that past doesn't have to be the future. And the way you make that future come is in the same way that the women of Cruz Azul did, the same way that the women, largely women-dominated COPS did, the same way that, and you'll know who spoke this morning, women, have led the community all the time. So I thank you, I honor you, I am grateful to be with you, and why don't I end here? And I don't know if we have Q&A possibilities. As you can tell, go ahead.
If you have any questions for Char, we have a microphone over here and one over here.
And one thing I didn't say.
And we have plenty of time, so don't be shy.
Yeah, don't be shy, first of all. Secondly, I'm supposed to announce something, and I left my announcement up in my guest apartment at Trinity, so I'm really terrible. The central primary document of much of my book, like Kenny's as well, that will be forthcoming in January, but the e-book is going to come out next week, 2 weeks from now. I can pitch for other people's books. It's really important. Is a document that was written by journalists on the West Side within days of the flood's devastation. La Tragedia is going to be published, actually is live today by Trinity University Press. Sarah wrote a beautiful foreword. I've introduced, annotated, and edited the document. Many of the photographs come from the place. I couldn't get all of the photographs. There is no name on this, so we can't identify who the journalists were. But there were a number of Spanish language journalists who wrote for La Prensa, for Época, and other newspapers who clearly pulled together within days. I mean, within about 4 days of the flood, the first edition was out. A week later, a second edition was out. And this is now the third edition in essence, but it is bilingual. The book is in Spanish and in English. I guess you probably figured that one out. And so everyone who is registered for the conference will receive an email within a couple of days, is that right? Giving you the link to the ebook for free. So yeah. And there will be a hardback or a paperback version that will come out sometime in December. And again, I think it's at a really reduced price. And all of the proceeds, or a chunk of the proceeds, will then come to the Westside Alliance. Is that correct? Good, great. And logically, because those journalists literally waded through water to tell the stories that they tell so that the community would not forget. The problem with memory is it's slippery, like those waters themselves. And so one of the things that I was thrilled that the press was willing to do was to republish this document so that we have a chance not to forget, because we will have the document in our hand. The only version that I know of is at UTSA's archives, and that's about to change. So thank you.
I have a question.
I can talk for hours, so please, I've got a microphone.
Hi.
Arturo.
Bravo, Shar, bravo. Thank you very much. I'm going to hold the fort here while people get brave enough to ask questions. Oh, there's their questions.
Note that it's an academic that's up here first.
Yeah, always,
really.
always simply. Anyway, three things. First of all, thank you very much for bringing Henry B. into the conversation. He's been dismissed over the last couple of decades. And he deserves more, and this is very important. And I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that. And thank you for reminding us of the importance of cops, and also the ideas that came out of San Antonio went to other places. I know that the Mar Rivera Center starts essentially in Texas and ends up in California, comes back to Texas, but
like you.
Like me. Shar, you studied two things that are very central to San Antonio. One is water, and the other one is how the highways shaped San Antonio.
Yeah. Is that a question or a statement?
It's an opening for you.
It's an opening. Oh, good. So, you know, part of thinking about San Antonio, like thinking about Los Angeles, like thinking about almost any modern city in the United States, is that the role of the automobile on the physical structure. And part of that is thinking about, well, these things we call freeways or highways or whatever we call them. And like flood control, if you follow the flow of freeways, you also see how policy is made to affect whom. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to drive on 35 and 10 to note what the highway engineers were doing, because they weren't doing it just here, they were doing it everywhere. That roads ran through marginalized, impoverished communities, forcefully bulldozed. And so it's not a shock that the East Side barrio in Los Angeles got devastated with 5 freeways running through it, that 10 and 35 ran through the West Side. And actually, if you think about 35 from Laredo all the way to Duluth, they don't miss a poor neighborhood in that entire stretch. Even in Duluth, and you go, Minnesota? Yeah, they found the black neighborhood and blew it apart. So an engineer will tell you, it's cheap land. They were renters, and so we could talk to the landlords or the slumlords, and they were quite willing to sell for whatever. But it meant that we have lots of ways by which public policy is skewed to meet the needs of others. And so one of the ways to think about it is not only whose neighborhood got flattened, but who's riding the road. Like, what gets served? So for those who have a car and for whom getting to work matters and want to drive at a high speed, the freeway is brilliant, except in Los Angeles, because like there's almost as many cars as there are people, and so that ends up not very nice. But the goal is to move bodies through one space. And it turns out that space is occupied by those who have the least political power to resist that very intrusion. So like a flood, like a highway, everything that we do is revelatory. And what it reveals more often than not are the discrepancies of power, the inequities in economy and income and standing, and the deep, deep divisions that a highway manifests, literally cutting the West Side off from the downtown core, and on the East Side, cutting the historic African-American neighborhoods off from the West Side because the road is a visual barrier even as it is a destructive force. Because who wants to walk under an 8-lane highway? No one. Is that what you were looking for? Good, excellent. I aced that exam. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hi. Yeah, thank you so much for the story that you're telling. And I just wanted to add a couple things that maybe give some other perspectives. I mean, they're questions, but do with it what you want. The first one, I guess, there's also an east side to this city.
Yep.
And one of the first things when I came here 20-odd years ago was ending up on that side of town in the middle of a rainstorm that, you know, it floods over there.
Yep.
I also know I worked with the Esperanza Environmental Justice Project for a while, which was working on the east side.
Yep.
And there's a lot of the sacrifice zone
Yes.
aspects. And they were also the first place that I heard people talking about climate justice and
Right.
climate change.
Exactly.
The second part of my question has to do with the land itself and sort of building with the land as opposed to on the land, and the fact that I grew up in Kansas, was taken in a boat from my house during a flood. We lived right along a creek. And also remember painting on the cottonwood, the abuelito trees, rings, because my dad was very concerned about the fact that they were going to take out all the trees when they did their control.
Yep.
And I also have heard so many stories from elders here about catching crawdads and stuff on the creeks before the flood control. So I wonder if you could also talk about some of the things that were lost in that flood control and how we might do it better in the future as we face climate issues.
Yeah, so that's a lot. But great. No, don't apologize. I think one of the things that we are discovering, and San Antonio is really helping us to see this, is that flood control, that is to say concrete, is very hard on the ground. It flattens rivers, it transforms them into channels, into ditches, into flood control conduits, but that's no longer a river or a creek that has any biological diversity to it, and it's designed not to have those things. And so trees disappear, animals disappear. It turns out the LA River used to have fish. It's hard to see that now because the river looks like a freeway inverted. But these were natural systems, and they functioned in certain ways. But because we want to live in the ways that we want to live, we dispense with all of that biodiversity. We dispense with the capacity of rivers to move and flex and change their course as they will. And so, yes, we lose a great deal the moment we decide flood control is the answer. And I would say that's true for the extraordinary flood control creeks now on the west side. If someone asked me on the bridge, what did Alazan look like? Well, you've got to go back up to the surface because it was simply at the surface. It was not 40 feet deep. And so we've lost some of that feel. And there actually is only one photograph that Russell Lee took of one of the creeks, and he doesn't name it, so I don't know where it was, and it has no defining features around it. So it's like he was sort of just taking a photograph of something full of water. But you can see immediately the way in which that might have functioned as an arroyo, dry at one moment, wet at another. And we've lost that to a degree. And I think those losses can be repaired. We've been talking about sort of how one might go about that in terms of re-injecting into that landscape, not just concretized walkways that are recreational and fabulous, but the native landscapes themselves. So one of the things that I learned here that I've been writing about in Los Angeles, because it's the exact same issue, is we've got to punch holes in the concrete. We've got to let the earth breathe. So how do we do that when we also must have flood control? And why must we have flood control? Because we built right up against those channels, which is also unnatural because rivers move. Okay, so some of this is making sure that we get tree canopy back into those spaces, that we get not only the cottonwoods or whatever the tree might be, but also the brush, also the grasses, also the flowers, as we discussed again on the bridge, of sage and others that are indigenous to this landscape, put them back there. Because that's what's going to help us be resilient in this climate-charged world. And I want to give a shout out again to San Antonio. There is no project like the Greenway Project anywhere else in the United States. This is unique to San Antonio. LA has been talking about it since the 1980s. Doesn't have it. Other towns have been talking about it at least that long. There's now 80 miles of those pathways with more to come. And it strikes me that that serves lots of things. Recreational, to be sure, meeting the needs of local communities even more so, but also it's letting the earth back in. And if we can landscape them in a way that is consistent with what the environment will sustain on its own, then that's a winning combination. And I have to say, because I take my students down to the LA River every year, and I want them to walk in it in bare feet. I don't think their parents like that, but I want them to because it's a baptism. Because the moment you do that with the Golden State Freeway flying overhead, you never look at the river in the same way again. I would suggest to you, walk in an arroyo. Because the moment you do that, you are in that channel. And you can suddenly imagine it as being a river, not a channel. And that's a huge shift in consciousness. And I think it's a way to build that consciousness. To go back to the question, is like, how do we repair the land and protect ourselves simultaneously? And I think that's the way to do it.
Again, thank you.
Thank you.
And Manuel Garza, and we've spoken before.
Yes.
And one of the things that I want to get copies of is the prensa articles.
Yes.
Or
they're digitized.
They're digitized.
Yes. University of North Texas digitized them, and they're in the Library of Congress. They don't have everything, but they have 1921.
Great.
I saw that and went, oh my God, there is a God. And she's thinking about me.
Great. And to your point about the vegetation, long before colonization started, as indigenous people, we lived off the land. Mm-hmm. And so I'm sure that, it's nice to have, cottonwoods and sage, and but what about the vegetation that we consume? That should be also replanted.
Yeah.
But again, thank you. I would just want to know the source of the articles, of La Prensa, because as I mentioned to you the last time, there's some discrepancies in the names of them, and I just want to compare and get some accuracy about, because there was some, Garza, and so there's some confusion. And then, of course, like I mentioned to you before, Juan Cepeda and family that perished, they're my relatives.
Yes.
And so that means a lot to us, But again, thank you very much. And I just wanted to know the source of I want copies of La Prensa.
If you do La Prensa Library of Congress,
Okay.
you will, up it pops.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for mentioning the concretized damage to our environment and share an anecdote that might tie in some way.
Please.
Because I grew up on the West Side in the 1950s and 60s when most of our streets in front of our residences were not even paved.
Exactly.
And the ones that were paved maybe were paved 100 years ago or something because they had giant chug holes in them that the city never chose.
Of course.
That the current city council made conscious decisions to not worry about that side of town.
Yep.
It was like, it's not important. They don't have fancy cars anyway. They don't need this stuff. They don't need these extras. So I knew that as a child.
Yeah.
And then in high school, I took 2 buses to get to what my father called the far north side of town, where I went to high school, which was a block north of Woodlawn, but he called it the far north side of town.
Right.
And during one of our many heavy rains, I was at a bus stop on San Pedro Street. And I saw this giant river coming down. It was a flood running past us, but we were on the sidewalk. And the street went fast, and the water went fast, and you thought for sure you were going to drown. But an hour later, the street was relatively dry, and it was empty water because of the concrete. And you couldn't miss the angle at which the water was coming. It was coming down, and it was coming down to the part of town which was not concreted.
Yes.
And so it's almost the impression that I had was that it was built so that it would hurry past the wealthy neighborhoods and land in our side of town. And if you could speak again,
Sure.
I know you've said a lot about that, but about the decisions that are made for the placement of concrete and how that impacts our
Yeah,
neighborhoods.
so thank you so much. The poet of our dreams. One of the other things that's digitized is the city council records. And again, I don't know how I found it, but I was sort of I mean, you know, I get lost in archives and all of a sudden something pops up and it's like Felicity. And I was interested in that set of issues. And if you start to see what city council did, and Hold on the Dam, although that was its own story, they looked at the damage of the flood in the downtown core and looked at those blocks of wood that had been the sort of macadam of their day, and they said, nope, can't do that anymore. We need to build curbs, we need to build gutters, and we need to have a hard surface of macadam or whatever it would be. This is within weeks of the flood. They're already scripting what the landscape would look like in the downtown core. Because knowing that the dam, once built, could then make all of that stuff stable, they were happy to do. Left unsaid, as so many things were in those city council records, was, yeah, that's fine. There were 4 people who died as a result of the San Antonio River. They were all Spanish last names. And like, the real damage is over here. That was not going to happen, in part because the political structure was that that's not who was being elected to office, and that's one of the big transformations the cops generated. So public policy decisions are not neutral. Let's lay that one out. It isn't by happenstance that one place gets flood control and another doesn't, or has a highway that runs through it, or gets macadam streets, or gets sewers, or gets water mains, and the other sides don't. Someone's making those decisions based on racial calculations, on tax dollars, and the like. And so there was a report in 1919 that laid out by Metcalf and Eddy, a group of Boston engineers who came to San Antonio, walked all of the creeks, they did all of the work that engineers do. And then in their report, they simply replicated the cultural motif of the Central Core, which is to say they knew exactly what needed to happen on the West Side, but said that will take at least 50 years. Please note that date. Because the West Side has no economic value, which means the people who live there had no social value. And so I lay out a question in the book, which is rhetorical, but what if they had done the flood control then? Would that not have enhanced the economic and social value of the community, which they were saying would happen on the Central Core? Well, of course it would have. But those were decisions that the city and its purchased engineers reified in a public policy document, which after the 21 flood surfaced again, and then they enacted everything that document said, including the lapses. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Dr. Gloria Rodriguez, and I really want to thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I'm very emotional. because I grew up in that area. I was born on Colima Street and moved to and lived in the Alazan housing project. My mother was, in fact, my husband lived on San Carlos Street, right next to the slaughterhouse, and they could smell it.
Of course.
So what you're saying brings back so much history that I grew up with. My mother was born in 1920, and so if she lived on Colima Street in 1921, she must have been part of that.
Yep.
But yet, I never heard about it.
Yeah.
These stories died somehow, and we were not informed. So I'm so glad that you are telling the story, even for those of us that were kind of part of it. But I also wanted to mention the importance not only of intervening with flood control or getting rid of the bars or the slaughterhouses, all those environmental issues, but also the emphasis of education.
Yes.
And I have my doctorate degree. My husband is an engineer, was an engineer, he retired now. But both our families truly believed in education. They stressed it. I have my doctorate degree. And I just wanted to share a part of history because as a former school teacher, I saw that children were already labeled, set aside, and ignored even before they entered school. We moved from Alazan to the Edgewood District, and I graduated from Kennedy High School. But the thing is that I realized when I was teaching in the North Side that I had to teach children that were already destined to fail in December. And then I realized the importance of starting early in the 0 to 3 years of age. And I started a program called Avance.
I used to do, I would go to Edison High School, and what's the middle school that feeds Edison? I'm blanking on it, but I used to do work with Avance there.
I'm the founder and was the president and CEO for 32 years.
Yeah.
But I started Avance in the Mirasol housing project, walking distance from where I lived. Then I took it to Lincoln Courts. And at the time, there was a lot of violence around Alazan. And the history was that the community really wanted something to be done to improve it. And it was Henry B. Gonzalez that had a meeting at Alazan for the community. And he said, I want a 10-point strategy to improve this community. And so Avance was one of them. And we are there right now, still providing comprehensive services, neighbor helping neighbor with support, as well as early childhood education. And so I wanted to make sure that you not leave out that so important component of education that can lift people up, even if they live amidst the flood. Because even when I was at Edgewood and I had to go work downtown, I had to take 2 pairs of shoes to cross the flood to get to the bus. And so yet we now are at a different level economically, socially, as you were talking about. But then we have a responsibility, those of us that did make it, to do something about those that we left behind. And that is what I tried to do with Avance.
Congratulations. Bravo. Yeah, and I think, and I mean, there's not much I could say to that because I think it's brilliant, but notice the local nature of it and the grassroots nature of it. And you are part of a long tradition in the West Side of doing exactly that kind of work from Cruz Azul, and earlier than Cruz Azul. The first mutual aid societies were developing in San Antonio in the 1880s. So you now have 140 years of this process, and you're part of that heritage. And I think that is how social change happens. But you also inserted Henry B. And what I love about the story you just said is he looks to the community and says, what's the 10-point plan? You decide the plan, tell me, and I will fund the plan. right? That's a dynamic that we don't much talk about any longer, but that's why we have representatives in these various institutions, and it requires us to be the active agents of our own future. And I think that's part of what that little moment you just said, that's what Henry B. was talking about, and that's how come you responded in the ways that you did.
And it was not just the federal government, because
right, of course.
with the federal government, we
Right.
got a brand new building.
Right.
But it was the city of San Antonio
Sure.
that gave us one of the initial grants.
right.
And since 1979, that we still have
Yep.
supporting that very important institution and organization.
So one way to think about it is bottom up, top down, middle out. And they have to be, I think I got that right. Is that all right? Is that all of them have to be, whatever the tug and pull of these different groups, they all have to be engaged, or otherwise very little can happen because no one has the human or fiscal resources to do it all. So that's a way to think about what Esperanza Center and others have done as being this up push, right? But it has to meet some level of political support beyond itself to be successful, and same with Avance. And that's part of what I do with my students is say, well, let's break this problem down. Let's think about who's playing and who's not playing. And if they're not playing, how do you pull them in if you can? And if you can't, okay, that's fine. But at least you've thought through the larger dynamics that are at play. Graciela?
Sorry, I've been in and out of the conversation because I've running back and forth, but it was about the our politicians, our elected officials.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that I feel that we, post, single member districts being the new way to get our people elected coming from our communities, that they would really make a change. I haven't really seen it, right? I think we talk about the 17 white men that control the city, and that the city council members that surround them are basically the puppets to the developers. Mm-hmm. And that, that's just what we've seen for the last 44, 45 years, except maybe now. Mm-hmm. We got Terry Castillo elected for this district. We got Jalen Rodriguez over in District 2, and they're coming after them. You can already see how they're being demonized, how the Express News speaks out, because, yes, the creekways are important, but you also talked about streets and drainage, and that hasn't been resolved. So when Terry and others speak and questioning why are we spending $110 million on creeks and we're not even spending that on drainage or streets, and our folks are still continuing to be flooded, that the Express News writes an editorial and targets her, right? Mm-hmm. Targets and demonizes our brown women of color. And then others, who are kind of there with us, then kind of move away, right? Mm-hmm. So, single member districts aren't the end all, right? And we keep on putting pressure, but, we're also demonized. We're doing all this work around housing, and then we put some progressive people on the housing commission and they get pushed out, or they're on the housing bond and then they get undermined. So it just continues to happen, and it's happening right now as we try to get into those spaces. I mean, it's the first time I'm sitting on a parks bond, and I'm, in my 60s now. It's really disappointing. They don't want us there, so how do we continue to put the pressure and also find the time to volunteer to still be there, and if nothing more, we're witnessing what continues to happen, and let's write more editorials in the newspaper and write our own books and continue to put the pressure, because they don't want to continue. They're continuing the same 100, 200-year legacy of racism, sexism, homo and transphobia, and economic inequality. So let's keep shoving and pushing along, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for writing this book and remembering us here in San Antonio despite being in California. And thanks for coming back again to help lift up this story and make sure it gets told, because this is an auspicious time in San Antonio to be talking about it. You made two comments. One was public policy is not neutral, and then what if? And I want to build on that because of this auspicious timing and because of the last two comments. The Olmos Dam was built in the 20s as a response, and it tied up a lot of bond potential because of the cost of the dam. So all of that potential went to address a specific part of the community. And here we are again, facing a 5-year bond, tackling some of those challenges, trying to figure out how to allocate those funds in some sort of equitable way, at least that's what we're told. And we also are looking down probably at ARPA funds, the first infrastructure bill. Those funds might be available in a year or two. And as of yesterday, the House passed Build Back Better. It's not through the Senate yet, but it's a possibility. So on one hand, there's this historic opportunity for investment, which on the other side of that is also a limiting factor because it may not happen again for a long time. Can you offer suggestions, specific examples of certainly COPS as an organization, but specific events or activities or actions that can help galvanize people? Because sometimes we only respond when there's a major tragedy that affects us. And right now we're in between major tragedies, let's say, when it comes to flooding.
I don't know. I don't think the pandemic has ended.
Well, between flooding.
Flooding. Well, you know, because I haven't lived here for 15 years, I'm wary of talking about specifics. But I think the larger point is that politics is war. And it's not just negotiation, but it is a kind of, is it, you're not getting it? Thank you. It's a kind of struggle, it's combat. And the way that the West Side has demonstrated its power over the last 45 years, however partial those victories may appear to be and or were, you wouldn't have had any of it if you hadn't been in the struggle. So I think one of the ways that we think about this is that nothing is final, no victory is full or complete, and you have to get up the next day and do it. The novelist Barbara Kingsolver describes hope as armor, not optimism, hope. You put the hope on, you put it on as armor so that you can gird yourself to go out into the struggle the next day, not knowing whether you will work or whatever it is that you're going after, but that you have to be there. Climate change forces us to think about that in one set of ways. The infrastructure bill, frankly, is potentially amazing. As our son, who worked on the Hill for 18 years, put it, we were sort of going like, okay, really? And he goes, wait a second, as of last January, nobody thought anything like this was possible. January 6th was a horrible day at the Capitol, except we also got 2 senators that morning from Georgia. That's why we've got this bill possibility. So let's not miss the historic opportunity that came that January day that is at once a horrible moment in American democracy and also, you know, as best we can, a hopeful one, because the 2 candidates did not stop working that day. They've been working more broadly for us now. So however we frame it and however we think about this past that I want to celebrate because it is so different from the deeper past, is to also argue that it isn't, right, as Graciela just said. So that requires, that's the urgency that drives the hope, that drives you into the streets by metaphorically or really. And I think it's that kind of pressure that produces some of the change that I want. If we don't do it, then we're going to get nothing. And that's as true here as it is in LA, as it is in New York, as it is in Chicago, name your city. These are struggles that every community is going through. And the persistence of the West Side to fight for its interests is both ennobling, really admirable, but also necessary beyond the moment of its nobility. Yes, ma'am.
Historic West Side.
Yes.
Thank you again for reiterating and emphasizing the importance of leadership and honest leadership that that we all have as voters to be able to speak with our city leaders and see if they're really honest and committed to the people. We have to hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah.
When they talk and give their glorious ideas of what they want for the people. And if I may respectfully say this, because I just wanted to check with our councilwoman, a few weeks ago, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, there was, she did request a reallocation of some of the Greenway money to come for drainage. And from my understanding, and please correct me anyone if I'm mistaken, there were 5 council people who voted for the drainage funds and 5 who voted for Greenway.
Oh, interesting.
And Mayor Nuremberg had the deciding vote, which he voted for the Greenway. And I personally felt, wait a minute, you have your Greenway, but what about the drainage and the flooding for the city, for the district? So again, having to hold their feet to the fire, holding his feet to the fire also. What really does he want for the citizens of San Antonio? So we as voters really have a great responsibility to stand up and speak up.
Yep.
So thank you again for bringing that very important history.
I have to say, and I'll end it here, but I learned that here. And I learned it watching Cops. And I learned it, I mean, I was 29 when I came to San Antonio, 28, 29, and thought I understood things until I came here. And then I watched Cops operate, and I went, holy shit. There is a lot about American democracy I don't know about. And sort of watching community movements and accountability sessions was essential to my political education and to my emergence as a citizen. I mean, I'd always been one, but I wasn't. Citizenship, residency, political power, these are learned things. We have to grow into them. And I would say that the West Side, again, with acknowledging that what was suffering here in the 20s in many respects continues. But it's been the West Side, at least for me, that was the place that I understood, that came to understand what my job was as a citizen in a community, and how I voted and why I voted the way I voted, and you know, the support. Donald Trump taught me a lot also, but then I was in a different position than 28. I was 68, and so it was clear to me that I had to operate in ways that I hadn't imagined I had to operate, and that meant everything to me. And I think it's part of why the book is written the ways that it is. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity. John, please.
That was such a brilliant ending. You know, thank you so much, Char, for this testimonio and the reading of this photograph. We don't know how many other such serendipitous moments there were during those days. I'm curious as to whether there were Mexicano voices in the public arena in those days, aside from the Quiroga writers.
Right.
What other Mexicano perspectives were part of the public way that this was dealt with? If there were any.
The flood, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I expected La Prensa to be the voice of the West Side. It's the only newspaper of record that exists in the first weeks. Epoca was flooded out and didn't publish for, I think it is 2 weeks, Kenny, is that right? Yeah, 2 weeks after the flood. So the record that one has is La Prensa's, and they are right there with the Express and the Light at the exact same moment. They went to the same press conference 3 days in, and all of a sudden, the curtain of concrete, as they described it, that's what they focused on. And yet you read the record of deaths on the same page. You read the death, damage, and disarray on the same page, and you look at that dam, and you look at that record of damage, death, and disarray, and you wonder why that wasn't why that didn't. And retrospectively, it's a little awkward because it's not fair. I wasn't there, and so I don't know. But I was initially staggered that I did not see there a voice that said, "Wait a second. Everybody died, or the vast majority who died are Spanish surnamed. The vast majority of them were women and children. The vast majority of the damage that was life-destroying was on the West Side. The downtown lost goods and services, but no lives. Why is that the answer?" And so the answer to your question is I've not found it outside of La Travesía, and there it is. But even there it doesn't say we need to protect the downtown through this whole new thing called flood control. And not everybody knew what that was, but they would know. They're journalists. So there must have been those conversations. They just, at least as the record shows, and I hope archivists and others among you who are digging through these materials, find them, please, where that space is. That's not the West Side's issue today. There are a lot of voices on the West Side, and a whole bunch of you are in the room. And so there's that gain in beautiful ways. So thank you.
Our friends at UTSA had a gift for Char.
Oh, wow. This is great. How do you take this on an airplane? I would be glad to share. Oh, lovely. Teresa, is this from you? Oh,
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes. Thank you so much, Char. That was fantastic. Fantastic. We are going to take a 10-minute break and do a little rearranging on the stage, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Elvira Leal, Assistant Vice President for Community Relations at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Our coordinator for this session is Ms. Claudia Guerra from the City of San Antonio Office of Historic Preservation. She's a cultural historian. She could not be here today, but she coordinated. Today we were talking about the restoration of the Alazan and Apache Creeks. San Antonio's Westside Creeks, located in the city's historic core, are a vital part of the life and culture for residents of El Westside. The 1954 Federal San Antonio Channel Improvement Project addressed dangerous flooding conditions. In 2011, the San Antonio River Authority approved a plan to restore natural beauty to the creeks and to introduce recreational amenities. This panel will discuss the restoration of the Alazan Apache Creeks, which runs through El Hueso de San Antonio, and the restoration's impacts to the local community. Following the panel discussion, we will have time and we will ask members of the audience to share their stories and memories of living along these historic waterways. I'd like to introduce our panelists today. We have, I'll start from the left, Mr. Robert Ramirez from the Westside Creek Restoration Oversight Committee co-chair.
Good morning.
We have Ms. Terry Castillo, councilwoman for District 5, Westside. Let's see who's there. Okay, we have Amelia Valdez, president of Historic Westside Neighborhood Association. Co-chair. And we have Dr. Enrique Aleman, professor at Trinity University. Very good, thank you. And I'd like to offer you each an opportunity to make a statement about the creeks and the restoration project. So just announce who you are. Robert, we'll end with you because you have a slide, okay? So, Councilwoman.
Sure. First, I want to welcome everyone to District 5. It's always great to be in the heart of the 78207. I also want to thank Dr. Char Miller for sharing and chronicling us through his book, as well as our council colleague, Anna Sandoval, who ensured that every council member received his book in the midst of the bond discussions. As folks have noted, right, there was a contentious debate regarding creekway funding as well as drainage projects. And when we look at the proposed $110 million at the Greenway project, we see that there's inequity within that proposal in that the majority of those bond dollars are going towards Northside districts. And when we look at the allocation of that bond funding allocated for District 5, it's less than 10 million. And it's less than 10 million because of those allocations are shared amongst neighboring districts, so it's not District 5 specific. So when we talk about the history and inequity and the history of where drainage projects were prioritized, and when we talk about Olmos Park, you know, we're seeing similar projects be refashioned today. And with that being said, it's important that when we have this conversation about beautifying and restoration of creeks, that it shouldn't be one or the other. It shouldn't be no creeks or displacement, right? And I say that because when we look at projects similar to the Linear Creekway Trail, like the Chicago 606 Trail, like the Atlanta Beltline, these creekway projects or trail projects that run through urban cores have consequences. And what those consequences are the destabilization of neighborhoods, because it increases real estate value. And when you have that increase of real estate value, you have predatory real estate practices. And what we're seeing in District 5 are a lot of folks losing their homes and that are at risk of demolition. And I say that to say that it shouldn't be one or the other. We should be able to have the creekways invested in, and we should be able to have our families enjoy the creekways when they are restored. So in this conversation, while we're advocating for creekway funding, we also need to center housing policy to ensure that the families who live alongside the creekways can afford to continue to stay and enjoy that amenity. At the county level, Commissioner Justin Rodriguez has been a great champion in ensuring that we're getting those dollars to the creekway to ensure that it mirrors the Northside Creekway, and I commend him for that. But again, right, my role is to ensure that I'm echoing the needs of my community and the stories that I'm hearing from neighbors. And what I'm hearing from some folks are concerns about specific parts, the San Pedro Creekway in particular, and folks who live alongside it are concerned that the creekway is no longer as steep as it used to be, as it's getting beautified. And when it rains and it floods, the creek water, it cresses. So it's going higher than before it was beautified for the Greenway Trail. So I think it's important that as we invest in the creekways, because we should, that we're also ensuring that we're not doing it at the cost of the folks who live near the creekway. And again, right, we need to be having conversations about how it impacts renters, how it impacts homeowners, how it impacts community as a whole. And I say that because oftentimes with these creekways, we have new investment, new neighbors, and there's concern about more policing as well. And we've heard that from some districts, right, that they want more policing along the creekway. And that brings me concern because for our community, some folks are scared of us. And I'm concerned with that policing, there may be unintended consequences, right? So I think when we have these conversations about creekways and restorations, we have to have a more holistic approach when we ask ourselves, how is this going to impact people? What policy are we putting forth to protect people? And what can be done? You know, and that's all to say that at the local level, it takes six votes to get any policy passed forward. So I can have all these great ideas, but if we don't have that 6 vote, you know, it goes nowhere. So I think it's, you know, important that we continue to have these conversations and always ask, how is this going to impact the surrounding neighborhoods? What are you going to advocate for to ensure that we mitigate community displacement along these creekways? And again, right, always saying that it shouldn't be one or the other, that it needs to be both. And that's what the restoration projects looks like from the District 5 perspective, is ensuring that we continue to support the trailway systems and the restoration of the creekways, but ensuring that we're centering the folks who live along the creekway as well.
Okay, thank you. Amelia?
Sorry. My name is Amelia Valdez, and I am the co-chair of the Historic Westside Resident Association, and I'm honored, Councilwoman Terry Castillo, to serve with you in this community. Some of you that don't know what the association does, I co-chair with Leticia Ratamoso, and we do have some members. Please raise your hand if you're a part of the Historic Westside Resident Association. We do have a sign-in sheet in the back if you want to sign in. Stop by our table. We want you to write down why you love to live in the West Side, and just you know, stop by and visit that table. For me and for this neighborhood, you can't get me out of it. You can talk to my family, and you can't tear me apart from this neighborhood. My family landed, or actually came into this country in the 1920s and decided that they wanted to invest into their familia. And in the 1930s, they settled around the Casiano Park, and therefore, later on, there was this big thing about the trails. And me and Councilwoman Terry Castillo had a little debate about the usage for me, right? And it was kind of on the laughing side, but I used the trail a lot because I decided that I wanted to lose some weight, and I was doing a lot, 26 miles, mostly every day, and I was using it, and then the thought came to me is, why are some areas looking different than other areas, right? Why is there Navidad Street, nothing all the way to Hidalgo Street, nothing but just creek, which is good, you know. But for us, as we settled in that area, it was investing for my family, but for the association is to tell the residents and to talk with them and to say, hey, this area needs a lot of work. Even though we do have the trails, and they talk about the greenways, and Charmiller talked about the greenways, but at what expense, like the councilwoman was saying, are we going to go through this? If we're gonna lose housing, if we're gonna lose a lot of things along the trails. It was flooding all the time for our family. And my sister can say right now, she was emotional this morning at the descanso because she heard my dad's voice saying, come on, kids, we have to go because the arroyo is coming up, right? It's gonna rise, right? And this was in the 70s, this was in the 80s, and you name it, that thing was always coming up. So the trail, at what expense again are we gonna be using this trail, especially when the councilwoman talks about the engagement with the police officers. In April, I was put in handcuffs in my own trail because I failed to do something, because I didn't listen or I did something that was disruptive to San Antonio Police Department. I won't mention names. Michael Ramirez, batch number 9504. It was really bad, but you know what? I conquered and left it, and I said to myself, well, you know, I didn't realize that I no longer used the trail. In my own mind, I didn't realize I didn't go back on it. Till recently, I started getting on it to look at it differently and how this thing is affecting us. But it's really sad that we can't play in our own playground because they're being policing and things like that. The bond money, well, you know, that part is not gonna get any money, but we did go to the bond meeting to try to get some money. And some of you, they were there, I was irate about it. And all of a sudden, we opened a can of worms, y'all, and Parks and Rec was there the next morning, right? Trying to do this and trying to do that. It's all good. But we come today to get what's due to us. Mm-hmm. We deserve money in this part of the city. Please sign up to be a part of this association. It is the most passionate association. It's registered with the city. We meet every second Tuesday of the month. Thank you.
Very hard to follow that up. So I'd like to thank the Esperanza for organizing this and for allowing, and the Guadalupe, and I shouldn't start naming, but I'm gonna forget somebody. Westside Preservation Alliance, everybody. I'm here as a proud member of the Westside Preservation Alliance, but also fortunate to work at Trinity University and the director of the Center for Educational Leadership. So we're proud to be a co-sponsor of this event. For me, I'd like to, it's hard to follow up the councilwoman and the co-chair because of their leadership, you know. It's an honor for me to sit next to them. As part of the center, we train and we prepare the future educational leaders that work in our schools. Part of what we've been trying to do recently is to work with young people. So I want to acknowledge some of the young people we've been working with. We have some Lanier High School students here, or their teacher, Ms. Abundis, and 2 students. We also have Ms. Clifford, who we're working with at McCullum High School in the Harlandale ISD. Part of it, I think, is they're developing their own projects. They're developing their own research projects from a youth perspective. And we've been meeting with them for the last 4 to 5 weeks, and some of the issues that have been talked about this morning, everything from mental health to climate justice to police brutality, right, to segregation, to housing. Those are all issues that these young people, 9th grade to 12th grade, are talking about in their schools. And so I think part of the thread that runs through this morning, the discussions already, is we've been talking about all those issues, but the importance of our schools
and the importance of learning these histories that have been forgotten or silenced or not acknowledged. The kids that are walking in these neighborhoods are related to the people that perished, are related to the people that have dealt with these issues for generations of the flooding. And so it's extremely important that we continue to tie this to our schools in the way that we prepare that next generation to follow up in the footsteps of the folks that are doing the work. So that's my primary interest. I do also want to thank Professor Miller for reclaiming those histories for us and for making sure that it sees the light of day. I always think about how the rhetoric, the time period, the policies that were in place in the 1920s, what that relates to today, right? And some of the same things that I was hearing him discuss is very relevant to the conversations that we're having today. So that's why I think it's important to have that historical analysis so that we can continue to challenge the unjust policies, so we can continue to challenge the way that the Westside is treated, so we can continue to challenge the way that our leadership doesn't always listen to what we want in these communities. And so thank you for doing that work. The last thing that I'll say is, as we move forward, how do we continue to engage young people? How do we continue to engage this learning in our curriculum? A lot of what's been talked about at the state level here in Texas is not teaching the truth, not teaching our history, the history that's relevant to our community. And so I would just like to encourage us to continue to tell these histories, everything from COPS, the organization, to the tremendous women leaders in our community, right, that have always been here, that have always led at the forefront, to our culture, to the history of these floods and the history of our communities. And I think that's really, really important as we seek to prepare that next generation to continue this fight. So thank you.
Okay, I believe I'm next. Robert Ramirez, co-chair of the Westside Creeks Restoration Oversight Committee. And I believe our other co-chair might be here, and that's Sky Kurd. I'd like to recognize her. Our organization, our committee, was formed back in 2008, following the very passionate and consistent advocacy on the part of the Westside Creeks by Roberto Rodriguez, who we affectionately referred to as the godfather of Westside Creeks. He was at this for many years before that, and finally brought the Westside Creeks to the table and got the ball rolling. The organization, or our committee, is comprised of 20 organizations, not individuals, similar to COPS. Those organizations include the San Antonio School District, UTSA, St. Mary's, Our Lady of the Lake, 5 neighborhood associations, the Avenida Guadalupe. It includes Bear Audubon, West San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, San Antonio Wheelmen, our bicycle interest, San Antonio Powwow, representing the Native American voice, which we all represent anyway, but we have it institutionalized with San Antonio Powwow. And ours was the only committee, to my knowledge, citywide, at my insistence, that had student representation. One of our slots was reserved for a student because we wanted the youth voice also. And more on that later. So we set out in 2008 representing the interests here. And I want to make a point, too, at the outset, because I think there's a false dichotomy that's been presented. Greenway is not synonymous with Creekway. The hike and bike trail system on our Westside Creeks is done, except for one segment by the Martinez Creek, which was delayed because of some saws conduit under the creek bed. And the thinking was, we don't want to put the hike and bike trail out there just to have it torn up again when we go back and restore the creek. So that's on hold, awaiting further funding. And that's a small segment out between Fredericksburg and Cincinnati. All the other creek hike and bike trails are done. They were funded by the 2012 and 2017 bond issues. So there's no debate about spending money on our hike and bike trails on the west side currently. Hopefully that point isn't lost. Our creeks are something different. And when we talk about drainage and sewers, of course we need that. I grew up off of Saltillo Street, not too far from Elmendorf Lake. Our street flooded all the time too. But when you have the drainage, the water needs a place to go. And it goes into the creeks, and from the creeks to the San Antonio River. So we need to make sure that we maintain that flood control capacity, which our project does. That's the number one priority. It's like the medical rule, do no harm, and we're not going to do any harm. We're going to maintain the flood control. And second is always safety. People always ask us, are we going to have police? We're going to have park police. What are we going to do? We've come up with different strategies for augmenting safety on our trails, and we can get into that if you want to later. So I believe I'm supposed to go over the PowerPoint presentation to bring you up to date on the project now for the restoration of our Westside Creeks, which is an environmental ecosystem restoration while maintaining the flood control capacity. I think we can do both. It's been demonstrated nationwide, and we're going to do it here in San Antonio, here on the west side.
It's easier for you.
Here.
You can use this.
Okay, since I have some papers, I'll put that mic down. All right, first slide here is just a title slide for the Westside Creeks Ecosystem Restoration Project, which is the name given to it. The local sponsor and the manager for the project is the San Antonio River Authority. The federal sponsor is the United States Army Corps of Engineers. There will be participation by the City of San Antonio and Bexar County. Okay, the next slide, please. I've got this one up here, and I think most of you are familiar with this diagram in one form or another. It certainly appears 2 times in Char's book at pages 8 and 11. And I've read the book multiple times, by the way. Yeah. And I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, okay. I've got some control up here. I need to go over this because I'll need to refer to various segments of our project when I bring you up to date on it, even though we always think of the project, and it's obvious by the diagram, as a unified ecosystem. All right, it's not standalone creeks. I don't want people to think about it as that. We're the west side ecosystem. It's nature and people, both. So getting into this, there's a blue segment down at the bottom. I hope you can see that. That is the San Pedro Creek segment that runs from Confluence Park, where the creek runs into the San Antonio River, and it flows upstream to just west of Interstate 35, where it meets with that mustard-colored yellow segment, which is the Apache Creek. That's about 1.5 miles. Now, it's evident from the diagram that the San Pedro Creek segment serves as the gateway to the rest of the Westside Creeks restoration. And I'll refer to it as the gateway as we move along too. That's very important. And the project will be moving from the river through the San Pedro Creek upstream, which makes sense because we need to make sure that we clear those areas so the water will have a place to go. The yellow segment is the Apache Creek, runs from where it meets the San Pedro up to 19th Street, which is just short of the Elmendorf Lake Dam. The red segment, and by the way, the dotted line, this slide is used for multiple presentations, so the dotted lines have no significance for today. So just think of them as a solid line. Okay, the red line is the Alazan Creek, and that runs from the confluence of the Alazan with the Apache, which is just north of Laredo Street, all the way to the casting pond just short of Woodlawn Lake. And the green segment up there is the Martinez Creek segment, which runs from the confluence with the Alazan close to Reese Street by Farias Park, all the way up to Fredericksburg Road. So those will be the 4 segments of the creek. Okay, the next slide, please. Oh, I've got my control up here. Okay, just a quick overview of how we got here. It's July 2011, and that adamant, consistent advocacy on the part of Roberto Rodriguez for the Westside Creeks is starting to pay off, and his vision for restoration of the Westside Creeks is coming into focus. In 2011, the concept plan, which was a result of a lot of hard work and extensive involvement with the Westside community through charrettes and workshops and meetings, that was published. The River Authority took that concept plan to the United States Army Corps of Engineers for their consideration. The Corps of Engineers was so impressed with it that the Corps picked it as one of its 4 pilot projects nationwide. And let me add at this point, one reason or one significant factor in that decision is that our Westside Creeks project will play an important role for birds, and let me add monarch and other butterflies as well, as they migrate, pack their bags and migrate from north to south this time of the year, and then in the spring back north. There'll be a real comfortable resting place for them as they migrate. And it won't be too bad for our local birds either. So that selection led to a 3-year feasibility study, and in January 2014, the Corps gave the green light for design and construction consideration for the project as an ecosystem restoration. But there was no funding, so that took us to January 2017, and the Army reported that our project would be evaluated in competition with other similar projects and prioritized appropriately for budgetary considerations, which brings us to this year. So June of this year, the current administration, a lot more receptive to environmental projects, included us in the fiscal year 2022 budget. And that was for pre-construction, engineering, and design funding. So the current status, the $2.34 million included, or is included, in the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Budget currently before Congress. We expect that that appropriations bill will be passed by next month. $2.34 million. Now that is for that gateway segment of the San Pedro Creek for design, engineering design. What's not on the slide is an additional $1.97 million for the Apache Creek design and engineering design for that. And that is being requested by the Corps of Engineers also. Now, one important part of our project is the involvement of the Westside community. And because of that, in this next spring, 2022, you will see announcements for workshops and meetings so that the Westside community can provide its input into that design for the restoration of the Westside Creeks. So be looking for those announcements, and hopefully you'll attend and let your ideas and suggestions be known. The third bullet up there, once you get the design, you need the construction. So the Corps is including in its request in the fiscal year 2023 budget, $16.5 million is the current request for federal funding. Now that will be augmented by funds from the county and the city. Now that $16.5 million will be for construction on that gateway segment of the San Pedro, further design on the Apache, and initial design on the Alazan and Martinez. But wait a minute, there have been developments recently that could change everything. This past Monday, President Biden signed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which authorizes $1.2 trillion in infrastructure money for infrastructure projects. The Corps of Engineers has decided that it's going to request funding for the entire project, all 4 creeks, design and construction. So we wouldn't have to wait if we get that. And that, of course, would be augmented by funds from the county and the city as well. The Corps has 60 days from this past Tuesday till about January 15th to submit its work plan to justify that request. So that pretty much brings you current. I'd like to recognize Brian Mast with the River Authority. He's the point man at the River Authority on this project, and helped me put these PowerPoint slides together, as well as Lourdes Galvan, who currently represents this area on the River Authority. She holds a seat that was currently held, or formerly held by Roberto Rodriguez. So she is our point person at the board level for this project. My last slide here is just a reminder that we need to take care of our waterways, including our Westside creeks. So let's try and keep them clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask Councilwoman Castillo. The Westside Creeks have been part of the culture and identity of San Antonio's Westside community since the city's earliest days. They've been both a lifeline and a life taker through terrible floods like the 1921 flood. What opportunities does the community have now to ensure they remain connected to the creeks and not be displaced because of the enhancements?
Thank you. That's a really good question. I want to, again, ground ourselves in that along the Westside Creekways is the city's oldest housing stock and our most affordable housing stock. So when we have conversations about the creekways, it's important that we also have the conversation about investing in city services that exist but are severely underfunded. We have the Under One Roof program, minor rehab program, several others, and recently our office won a $1 million pilot program for demolition mitigation. So what it looks like is ensuring that we're investing in these programs and prioritizing policy that ensures that the folks who have lived along the creekway for generations aren't at risk of displacement as it experiences economic investment that is outpacing stagnant wages. And again, right, based off of data, there was recently a University of Texas at Law study that came out this week that highlighted the number of demolitions occurring within District 5. And when you look at that heat map, it follows the pattern of economic development alongside creekways, near the inner West Side in particular. So there's a pattern here, and there's data that we see that is calling for us to prioritize housing policy. And again, right, it's about ensuring that the existing families along the creekway can continue to live there, can run on the creekway, ride their bike on the creekway, and won't have to commute from the outskirts of the city to enjoy what was once theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, you've heard a lot of Westside residents tell stories about how the channelization of the creeks in the mid-20th century changed the patterns of life for them. Will you talk a bit about how channelization changed how Westside residents interacted with these historic waterways?
Yes, thank you. Well, for the 14 years that we've been at this, we've interviewed hundreds of Westside residents, and I've heard a lot of anecdotal stories about the way things used to be. And just by observing what's out there right now, we can see that to a large degree, the creeks were sterilized, in that at least large parts of them were rendered infertile and barren. To put that in context, the attention was turned away from the creeks that used to have natural flowing springs. Speaking to someone yesterday about the spring at Casiano Park, where he used to go, his family lived close to there. His mother would take them there to bathe. She would conduct household chores along there. They would harvest food along the bank. He mentioned watercress. His mother, who was Native American, taught him how to harvest watercress. You cut it at the stem. She would get really aggravated when people would pull it out by the roots because it wouldn't grow back. All right? Besides that, he said, we'd fish, we'd get crawfish, frogs, turtles, freshwater shrimp, which used to grace our creeks. I had one gentleman tell me there's a reason that Cameron Street, which runs on the east side of San Pedro Creek, is called Camarón, because it used to have shrimp in there at one time. a lot of that's gone and attention turned away from it. So it changed that lifestyle. That was the question,
Yes.
how it changed it. It was a much more natural environment. We had this connection with nature, which has been lost when attention turns away from the creek and it's something over the back fence where you throw your garbage and others throw their garbage, do their drugs. Vagrants might hang out there, and all kinds of other activity that we may not want back there. Instead of that, we need to have that reconnection with nature, but that's how it changed.
What do you think the restoration will do to the narrative? Will it change, will it have new stories to tell?
That, first of all, how will it change? Well, there'll be a reconnection with nature. Councilwoman Castillo talked about the recreational aspects. Char talked on these too. And again, the hike and bike trails for the Westside Creeks are done. We're going through punch lists now, just fixing up whatever little things might not have been completed along the Alazan for one. The Apache's done, the Zazamora's done, and part of the Martinez is done. You can walk from 36th Street all the way down to the river now. You can walk from Woodlawn Lake or bike all the way down to the river. And that's the idea, the connectivity and the recreational aspect. But not just that, when we restore the creeks, the water will be cleaner. You're going to see children wading in there, people dangling their feet and cooling off in there, sitting by the side of the creek. We have the chance in the spring to express our ideas. Why not park benches, picnic tables, conversation pits, small plazas maybe? The connectivity will not just be with nature, it'll be with each other on the Westside Creeks, and we need that, especially in this techno age where people are always looking down at their phones. We need more connectivity with each other. That'll be part of it. Dr. Rodriguez, who was a classmate of mine at Our Lady of the Lake, and a former Miss Fiesta, by the way, mentioned education. That's one thing high on my agenda, having been a former classroom teacher before I went to law school. These restored creeks are going to be fantastic educational labs, not just for the school children, for university students also. We've had projects going on at the lake, Our Lady of the Lake. Before his death, the representative from the lake who sits on our creek was conducting research down there on frogs, and I know that because my niece was one of his students. And he unfortunately drowned over at Canyon Lake. So we need to revive that kind of research. The UTSA campus down here is going to be on the banks of the San Pedro Creek. They can conduct research. St. Mary's has expressed interest in it as well. So it's not just the children, the younger children. We've got the Foya Middle School right on the Alazan, Lanier High School by there. All these kids, J.T. Brackenridge Elementary, can be involved in it. The payoff's going to be when we see our children happily running toward the creeks and not being kept away from them because they don't have anything to offer or not too much to offer to them the way they are right now.
Elvira, can I just address Mr. Ramirez? You don't live the life of the Arroyo familias. You don't wake up in the mornings and literally, I was just talking to my sister this morning, we have been affected so bad that when it rains so much, I get up in the middle of the night, with my pajamas, go look at the Apache Creek, and that baby we're gonna be talking, Sarah, we're gonna have to do another thing about flooding because it's gonna crest. And thank you so much for inviting me here today. So you talk about all these plans, you talk about all these things, but things are happening now. You have a trail along the poorest park that hasn't gotten any money at all because $700,000 is not a priority, so they took it away from us. So unless you live that life, you don't know that life. And it's very scary to sit here and listen for you to just describably talk about how this thing's gonna wave and how you're gonna talk about getting kids involved. That's all good, but the fear of having another flood is within the residents that live along right now along Apache Creek. And me and you had conversations before, but let's have transparency here, right? That water's gonna come through again, you know? And we need to make sure that we're having those conversations as much as those conversations he's talking about. Thank you.
I will like to say that that was the question was going into to you, Ms. Valdez. Your family is very rooted on the West Side. And so what does the restoration mean for you and your family personally? I mean, you started.
You heard most of it.
Yes.
Right now, we're battling with just getting money. We don't have no lights underneath the Salsamora Bridge, the gateway to the Casiano Park. This is my sister. She's really anxious. We're going to have questions in a minute. But anyway, okay, well.
We will get to your stories, and they are very important. So
Okay.
He just hit for me.
Yes, thank you.
It just hit, right. It hit me right now because that was the fun days. We still live in that area. My grandkids are there, but it has changed, and I don't understand. The change is not good. The kids don't want to come to the park no more. It's not fun. The creek where we're at has no water. There's barely any water running. Only when it floods. So yeah, there's water by the missions, there's water by Conception. Our area has no water. It's dry, it's cement, it's not fun anymore. Maybe, until the kids come, maybe just throw rocks around, I don't know. They don't know what to do. They took our playground away. We had sand. I mean, we grew up in that park with 24/7. We had fun. And it's not there no more. It's gone away. And this is in the area of Casiano Park. And that's, and it's sad because that park has been there for 100 years. The swimming pool was built in '68. And all they're doing now is taking a little bit, and then putting it elsewhere, or, it's just going away. And it's sad. But like I said again, those things you mentioned right now that the kids used to love to do is not there anymore.
Yeah.
And it's in that section.
Thank you. My sister Natalie, I'm going to say a little piece just because it is very important, because I'm a legacy owner right in front of Casiano Park because my family invested for us to be there. I have nieces and nephews that do still play there. But we are battling a part of racism in this area where inner city still lacks in the most poorest zip code. And I just think it's sad, but the trail, like again, there's no lighting. I don't know if your group's been over there, Robert. There's no lighting along the trail, along the trailhead, Casiano Park, now renamed. There's no lighting under the bridge gateway to the trail. There's a trail right there. There's no light. They keep saying that they can't find the lighting because it's so old, So the trails you can't go to the restrooms because they're portable, and you can't keep up portables. So are you looking at those things to be able to become permanent, because all this sounds good, presentation is good, but the real life is we're living the life, and it's not so good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes. I'm going to get to Dr. Aleman. I want to ask you, what can students learn about, how can the history of the West Side and these stories help students get involved, help educational institutions get involved?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think I tried to hit on some of that a little earlier. I think just hearing these stories, I mean, because they're still alive, and hearing from current leaders about what's happening in their own community. And I think it's more important also for the adults in the room, in the schools, to listen to kids. Because they'll tell you the same thing that Amelia is saying. They'll tell us the same thing that some of our leaders are saying. And for, we need to do a better job in education to help our principals, our teachers, to have a different framework and to center the voices of youth so that we can actually hear what they're going through and try to work with them on that. I think there's a tremendous amount of energy. Again, I've been very lucky to spend some time in Ms. Abundi's class, Ms. Clifford's class, and the issues that young people are talking about today are extremely relevant, and we're just not creating spaces for those voices to be at the forefront. The other thing I would say too is along with the tremendous community organizations and leaders that have coming out of the Westside, we have to remember too, we're about to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Rodriguez versus San Antonio case, school funding case, and I know that Manuel was here earlier. Edgewood, Lanier, the walkouts that were happening on the West Side, they were happening across the country, but they were coming out of San Antonio also. And I think that's very much related to the housing crisis that we're facing. It's very much related to the infrastructure that has not been provided to the West Side. And so I think education has been part of that, and young people have been part of that, teachers have been part of that. And so I think that's something that we have to continue to bring to the forefront.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're going to open it up. We only have a few minutes. So we have a few minutes left in this panel discussion, and we do want to have the opportunity to hear from our community as well. So we would like to hear your stories about the restoration project, and maybe even think about the question I was initially going to ask the group to start off with was, what impacts, good or bad, do you think the project could have? Or, even the question that Char Miller proposed at the beginning, can we repair what we've lost? What do you think about that? So we'd love to hear from the community, and we have 2 microphones here. So we are open for your stories, and people are coming up. Yes.
Repair what we have lost, but it might not have been there at all. It's not repairing what we have lost, because when I was in the Mirasol housing project with Avance, there were 1,000 children, but not one swing. And so there was no park there. And at that time, I was working on my doctorate, and I learned how to make playgrounds. And so I talked to the community, and I said, we can do something about building a park here if we all cooperate. And I said, we'll go to the city and ask them to give us money for the material, and we'll build it. So it took the organization of the community to go speak in very large numbers to City Hall and said, we want a park at Mirasol for our children. All of a sudden, City Council said, oh, but then we're going to be liable for insurance and so on. We will build it for you. And I said, okay, you can do it. We've been wanting one. So it's going to take pressure from the community in very, very large numbers to demand what children need, which are parks and other things.
Thank you for sharing.
Hi. So I have similar experience with that Amelia mentioned about, policing. So I have an issue with policing has now increased in a negative way for people who have been using the parks. I'm almost 60 years old, and I've been walking my dogs there since I was a kid, and never had any issues, and now suddenly, police come up to me all the time. And so it's just, I think, in a negative way. We've played there, we've lived there, we've grown up there, and so I think that, here we're trying to supposedly improve our creekways, but it's having a negative impact in our neighborhood because people feel threatened by there's people that didn't grow up in my neighborhood and telling me, that I'm doing something wrong. It's like, okay, where did you come from? Who are you? Right. So that's my.
Thank you.
Hi, in the 70s, and I remember, you know, I was fortunate enough to have a swing in my backyard. But I remember that it was really scary, and someone always had to be looking out the window for me, because I could literally look out the fence and there were drunk people like pissing on the trees and all of that. So I know like the bad story like from as early as the 70s. I've had a lot of experiences, and I have a degree in educational technology. So as a teacher and someone also that works in gardens in the past, I am familiar with this idea of wanting to bring school children or even young adults and use these green spaces for educational purposes. And the idea is lovely, and I love it, and I have been a proponent of it, and it is so difficult to get educators to actually start using those spaces. Like, you literally have to coordinate and coax them and get, like, it's just so hard to get educators into those spaces. I know that they want to, and maybe with university students it might be a little different and they'll take more initiative, but I know from that perspective of being in the gardens and being with education that it's a real tug story with educators. In terms of policing, I used to work downtown, and I would get off of work at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I felt comfortable enough walking home, even from a background of someone always having to watch me when I was a kid. And, you know, so I grew and had these experiences where I was no longer afraid, but I had other people that were afraid for me, and had so many people trying to tell me, don't do it, don't do it. Even now, like, don't even walk a couple of blocks home, because they're just so afraid for me. And so I've had this one experience where I was walking home from work, and a police car, I think they were just trying to push my buttons, but the car almost, like, it felt like they were trying to run me over. Like, I was crossing the street, and maybe they didn't like me, or the fact that I was out walking at night, or I don't know what it was, but literally, like, the car, like, it screeched, like, right, I was about to cross, and it screeched, like, right in front of me. So, like, this idea that just because of my color or because of where I live, you know, I'm harassed, and I've been harassed that way, yeah, it's definitely an issue. So I can see all of these different perspectives, and, you know, I can see the educational perspective and the greenways and see the loveliness of it, but it's going to take a lot of hard work. I can see the policing aspect, and it definitely needs to be addressed. And also, the other thing that I want to point out is that I was recently working with a volunteer from the South Side who got to our space at Esperanza for working on a project recently. And he likes to bike, and he was able to get from the South Side all the way to us just by the new bike trails that exist. And so that's great. As a Westsider, I haven't really heard what that space is for. Like, I know that from him, like, how it connects, but I don't know the history or, like, how the connections are. We don't have a lot of information. That's just all I want to put out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In these things, when we're working with parks, green spaces, creeks, gardens, anywhere where the public is invited, and I do mean invited, there has to be a balance. And that balance includes the elements: water, plant life, animals, and people. And we know that between animals and people, there can be conflict. So that has to be considered. I think we approach these things from the negative too often. We need to look at the positive. How can we better do something? And with the water, the earth is a natural filter for our ecosystems, for water. for instance. It rains, it's filtered through the earth, and is returned to us through our water systems. So we have to leave open ground without concrete for the water to enter that. We also have to give the water a chance to enter that. We're in too much of a hurry to get rid of it. Run it off. It's drowning something. It's flooding something. So we need to have it where it will sit on the earth long enough to penetrate the earth. If you look at different parts of the country, let's take the Mississippi Delta. Why is that such an important area when it comes to agriculture? It's because it is lowland, the water gets there, it sits there, it goes in, their water table stays high. So when we do these things, keep in mind how we're going to deal with water, how we're going to deal with people. And when we talk about policing, we do need some control. We do need some protection. And we need a police department that is sensitive. So sensitivity has to be put back in to those people who are working in those fields. Think about it. If your doctor and your nurse had the same attitude as some policemen have, we'd have a very sick society. So we need to have heart in all these things. So we're talking about funding these projects, whoever is doing the planning, whoever's doing the design, think about how it affects other things. Let's don't be just focused on one thing. Let's look at the whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, he says I should tell you what my name is.
Yeah.
Dudley Brooks.
And you're a member of?
The WPA.
Yeah.
And I've had the pleasure of traveling this earth for 88 years. And next week it'll be 89.
Thank you.
Manuel
Last
Garza, he
one. Wait,
put
this is our last
everything in
comment.
context what I was going to say. But it has to do about, where do you live? For example, again, pre-colonial era, which has been quite a while, Native Americans didn't live by the rivers. They lived away from the rivers, used the rivers, of course, the water, but they were all aware of the dangers that it brought. So, is there any planning, for example, to your point, about how can we live along the creek? Apache Creek runs through my neighborhood as well. And so, the point of this, I'm trying to get across is there's backyards facing the creek. How do you protect those properties? Do you build walls? What do you do? Do you open up space? What do you do? There's got to be more planning around that issue. And I don't see the connectivity. I know when we were doing all the rebel rousing and bringing about in single-member districts, which I'm very thankful for that we do have that, we identified projects that we wanted to do, and thanks to Ms. Galvan, Lourdes Galvan, Elmendorf Park, and looks different. Of course, our vision back then was un Xochimilco, and convert that into a Xochimilco, connect, for example, Our Lady of the Lake to St. Mary's University, through the creek system. And I don't see any of that, being considered. So I think those are things that people face on a day-to-day basis. And when the rains, it does flood. People's lives are in danger. So just taking that into consideration that, yes, water is life, but, you know, we also have to be cognizant of protecting that source of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. And I want to thank the rich conversation. We had the last one. I want to thank the rich conversation that we've had. So thank you for sharing your stories, and we will continue to have more stories to share. Thank you very much. One more? Okay. We're going back. One more. Okay.
Hello there. I'm a member of the WPA also, Rachel Delgado. But I wanted to tell you all, I was born in the West Side, so I've lived there from the 1950s to the present. And I'm lucky that I still live in the house that my parents built. Yeah. So I love the West Side very much. And for parks, Elmendorf Lake was our neighborhood park. I remember seeing it as a child, what it was like, swimming lessons there, all the activities that they had in the park. There were a lot of social events. And then for a while it declined, and now they've revamped it. It's beautiful. I like to go and have lunch there. I used to like to look at birds, but they're gone. But anyway, it's reclaimed its beauty, and it's a wonderful place. I see people walking their dogs, running, and I've heard people tell me they've taken the bike trail from Southside and come all the way up to Elmendorf Lake. So that is a beautiful spot for me, and I love my neighborhood. Yes, we have problems, and we need to continue working on those. I did want to add a story about the flood that I was listening to you all online. The Elizondo Flower Shop on Castroville Road. Their family lived close to the creek, and they lost their home. And I've heard stories about how they had to flee their home. They came back when it was a little safer, and their home had been destroyed. They did find their dog that was floating on a mattress, so they were able to rescue the dog. But that's how they wound up buying property higher up on Castroville Road. They started their flower shop because people would buy flowers from Mrs. Elizondo to go to the cemetery. So that's how that business started, and they're almost going to hit 100 years old.
Wow.
So anyway,
Legacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. We have time for one more. Please come up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kayla Miranda, and I'm a housing justice organizer right here on the West Side. I'm part of several organizations: Historic West Side Resident Association, Esperanza, West Side Preservation, Coalition for Tenant Justice, as well as national organizations. One of the most important things that has to be decided during all this process is the collateral effects, not just what's right in front of you. Yes, we want the greenways. Yes, we want the creeks. We want the beautification, but we want it for the people in this community, not different populations. We are seeing the land values here in this district shoot up from 5 years ago. And we are seeing people being taxed out of their homes. We are seeing people who cannot afford the repairs on their homes, and the only choice is to sell to these predatory land developers. We are seeing co-compliance giving ridiculous fines to residents and targeting, and we're seeing demolitions in the hundreds. And that is the collateral effect of beautifying any neighborhood. So while we're doing this, we need to find a way to make sure that the public money that is coming into our community for our public is for us, and not to disperse. They call it dispersing poverty. We don't need to be dispersed. We just need to be treated fairly.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you, and I am sorry, we are going to continue the conversation during lunch. For those of you who are virtual viewers, I invite you to come back here at 1:30. We'll pick up with part 2 of today's event. For those of you who are here in the theater, I would like to invite you to head over to the concession stand where we will be distributing our lunch. You also have the opportunity to go across the street, pick up that book, and Char will be signing books. Give him some time to eat first, okay? But then he will be signing books at the back of the theater here. And for those of you who are watching virtually, if you like what you're saying, please consider sharing this live stream with your friends and family members so we can get the word out about this important history to more people. So thank you so much, and we'll be right back at 1:30. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back. Buenas tardes. Thank you for gathering again for our exploration of the legacy of the Inundación de 21. After a great morning, and many thanks to all the sponsors of the event. We're going to have a panel today in the afternoon focused on let's see if the PowerPoint will come up here. I'll go back here. Just 1 second. There we go. Artistic perspectives on la tragedia de la inundación de San Antonio. We're going to explore artistic interpretations and perspectives of this event. What does that mean? One of my literary and philosophical mentors, Terence McKenna, he once observed that history is a message from the ineffable. And we could equally say that weather in that case is a kind of a daily dispatch from the ineffable, no? To ponder an event as imponderable as the Inundación of 1921 in San Antonio and all of the history it encompasses, we reach out to the artists and the writers. This panel will explore those perspectives. I'm John Philip Santos. I teach in the Honors College at UTSA. I'm a writer and media producer. San Antonio was blessed with an abundance of water, something that sort of speaks to the points that Dudley Brooks was making earlier. Limestone filtered, spring fed. When Frederick Law Olmsted, the architect of Central Park, visited San Antonio in the 19th century, he described still the headwaters, the source of the Blue Hole at the source of the Rio San Antonio as a still mighty fount. In San Pedro Park, where the San Pedro Springs poured forth, was a great lagoon reminiscent of the watery place the Mexica and the Chichimeca remembered as Aztlán, the place of the Hurons. If you look at a greater map of the creeks and rivers of our region, you see myriad capillaries forming a great web of life at the southern edge of the Balcones Escarpment, serving in the last couple of years as a kind of a mythographer, I guess I would call it, to the San Pedro Creek Culture Park design team. I participated in delving deeply into the history and lore of the San Pedro Creek. Was it possible to divine the story of this place that would become San Antonio through the testimonio of the creek herself? Yes, herself. Could we hear the testimonio of the creek? Could we hear the testimonio of the waters? Indigenous folks told of a blue lady. Maybe it was Maria de Agreda's astral projection in search of the Jumanos farther to the west. She landed a little easterly of her destination. But maybe she was a nature deity, the goddess of the creek, the blue lady that would become San Pedro Creek. And lo, over the many millennia, she nurtured the swimming creatures. She witnessed the coming of all the crawly ones, the four-legged ones, the first of the two-legged ones. And then it seemed the whole world came to her banks. They fought amongst themselves. They used her lengthy course to create a partition between their worlds. Their sweat and blood poured into her waters until she could take it no more. And she rose up to cleanse the land once more. In response, we dug a great hole into which we rendered her in bindings of concrete and steel. And San Pedro Creek became a paved-over culvert that I knew growing up. And we forgot her beauty and her splendor until recently, when we're seeing her return to light in the ongoing San Pedro Creek Culture Park project. Near the trailhead is Adriana Garcia's great mural, De Todos Caminos Somos Todos Uno. This is the image of the park from just around Camarón Street. Adriana tells how the creek's history is entwined with the history of the pueblo. And she does it in a way that is both familiar and cosmic. In the next phase of the park, from Houston to Nueva, Kathy and Lionel Sosa are creating a 5-panel mural. This is the site of it. So you can see the 5 curvilinear panels that will have the murals, tile murals placed upon them. And this 5-panel mural aims to present the Creek story in 5 episodes: Fundación, Foundation, Confrontación and Collaboration, Separation, the rise of Laredito, Inundación, and Restauración. So there is a panel devoted to this is what the kind of a rendering of what the panels will look like. But there is a panel in Kathy and Lionel's 5-panel mural devoted to the flood of 1921. This is an early draft of it, Inundación and Constricción, the placing of the creek deep underground, where she remained until recently. So we're exploring the ways that artists and writers can enter into this dialogue with historians and activists of our city. In this new phase, there are some inscriptions that I've contributed that kind of speak to this legacy from a past of crossed swords. San Pedro Creek ever flows toward Concord is one of the inscriptions. And then right behind the Alameda, a little garden area, through spectacle, flower, and song, we share our stories, our histories echo across time en flor y canto. Our histories echo across time en flor y canto. So this morning there was a mention of the Quiroga Publishing House's Tragedia de la Inundación, which, when you read it, it has a kind of a biblical tone to it. It has an epic voice that the core of writers somehow mustered to speak to the gravity of the events that befell San Antonio in that year. At one point, the flood is described not only as a great catastrophe, but it was in reference to the dead, it was a hecatomb, the term that's used by the ancient Greeks as an burnt offering to the gods. It was a hecatomb. Something was offered to the gods in the voice of those who wrote La Tragedia. And this event, this cuento, this account tells us it struck out at the rich through the river and against the poor with the creeks, the Mexicanos of Laredito. So our panelists today are going to read from this work and reflect on it, and we'll hear a story also about a story map that gives a chronicle of the Inundación. Our panelists today are Maria del Rosario Rosie Castro, of course, our beloved American civil rights activist and educator from San Antonio, Texas. Rosie's been involved in many prominent groups here in San Antonio, history of engaged activism from the Young Democrats of America, the Mexican American Youth Organization, La Raza Party, the Committee for Barrio Betterment, Raza Unida. Our second reader will be Gloria Hinojosa of University of the Incarnate Word, a teacher. She's a graduate of University of the Incarnate Word, a teacher and assistant head of school for many years at the Judson Montessori School. And she's translated historical documents for the Turria Archives Project, Crane Publishing Company, and various other projects. Translations involved Spanish to English and English to Spanish. We'll then hear from Kenneth Walker. Salud. My colleague at UTSA, associate professor in the Department of English, where he teaches and does community-engaged work in critical, cultural, and environmental humanities. His new book, which Char mentioned this morning, Climate Politics on the Border, Environmental Justice Rhetorics, is coming out soon. It explores the ways climate change and extreme weather are negotiated politically in a border community. And then our last speaker, Victoria Villaseñor, a graduate student at St. Mary's University, where she is about to complete her master's degree in public history. Bravo. And she's been engaged in a project along with Professor Jerry Pollo, creating story maps of some of these legacies in San Antonio, and she'll present one relating to the inundación. So we'll begin with Gloria and Rosie. You can stay seated if you like, or, yep, you prefer?
This short passage comes from La Tragedia. It focuses on a woman in the midst of the rising water who made the decision to send off her family and stay back to save her home. El espíritu tranquilo y nervioso de la señora Rafaela Garza Ramón nos relata de una manera inconclusa aquella historia de pesar y de infinito duelo. Eran las 11, dice la cuitada, ante el peligro cercano, ante el llorar de los niños de mi hija Juana, que no cesaban de implorar: sáquennos de aquí, que nos morimos con esta agua, llévennos lejos. No hubo más remedio que tomar en serio los lamentos de los niños que achacamos al principio a malestar de infancia cuando no se les deja dormir a su sabor. La casa se goteaba, era un sedazo ya, y esto hacía imposible el reposo necesario en aquella hora. Nos pusimos los grandes a deliberar. Donacio, dije a mi esposo, tengo miedo de que los mate un rayo, de que el arroyo está crecido. Ve tú también. Aquí, los sollozos de la infortunada mujer cortaron el hilo de su relato. Respetando su silencio, quedamos de pie cerca de ella, dando lugar a que el dolor se desahogara y esperando que ella misma nos siguiera la relación de su desventura. El arroyo del Alazán y el de San Pedro se habían crecido. El agua empezaba a besar las maderas del cercado de nuestra casa. ¡Vayan pronto!, les grité con todas mis fuerzas desde la ventana alta de la salita. Y mis gritos se perdieron en un rayo que, fulminando horrible, muy cerca de nosotros, culebreando, se hendió al pie de un árbol. Entonces empecé a tener miedo de no haber accedido a las instancias de los niños para abandonar aquella inhospitable morada. Entonces empecé a temer la soledad.
La Tragedia. The restless and anxious soul of Mrs. Rafaela Garza de Ramon tells us in a halting manner that story of sorrow and infinite mourning. It was 11 o'clock, she cautiously tells us, in the face of near danger. The crying of the dear daughter Juana's children would not cease imploring, get us out of here, lest we die in these waters, take us far away. There was no other solution but to take seriously the pleas of the children, which we at first attributed to an infant's discomfort when not allowed to sleep as he likes. The entire house was leaking. It was already a sieve, and it was impossible to get much needed rest at that hour. We, the adults, begin to deliberate. Don Ancio, I said to my husband, I am afraid that you will be struck by lightning, that the creek will have risen. You go as well. Here, the sobs of the unfortunate woman cut short the thread of her tale. Out of respect for her silence, we stood near her, giving her space so that her pain would subside and waiting for her to continue relating her tragedy on her own. The Alazan Creek in the San Pedro had risen and the water was beginning to lap at the wooden planks of the fence around our house. Go quickly, I shouted with all my might from the high window of our small living room. My shouts were lost in a ray of lightning that thundered horribly, very near to us, zigzagging, splitting at the foot of the tree. It was then that I began to fear not having agreed with the insistence of my loved ones to abandon this inhospitable dwelling. And then I began to fear solitude.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be on this panel and to have been mentioned by Char Miller. John Santos, thank you so much. To Rosie, Gloria, thank you so much for, they're gonna read some of the passages from La Tratahia as I give some of the artistic rendering of interpretation. And we know that part of the importance of this pamphlet, of this journalistic work, this testimonial, is one of the few responses we have recorded from this event from Westside. So this section of my book that John mentioned, Climate Politics on the Border, is called Para despertar en los brazos del monstruo, to awaken in the arms of the monster. The Tragedy of the Flood is a 62-page work of nonfiction released by Jose Quiroga's bookstore a few weeks after the 1921 flood. The work is a collection of journalistic profiles from the flood based upon interviews and fieldwork conducted by Quiroga and his team. Collectively, the profiles humanize the tragedy for Spanish reading audiences as they narrate in detail the experiences of those who endured the violence of the flood. The work is written in a highly literary style that references sources as diverse as the Inferno, Macbeth, Cuauhtémoc, references that make it clear the intended audiences are educated across Euro-American and Mexican cultures. La Tratahia, along with coverage by the two other major Spanish written newspapers, La Prensa and La Época, foster that transnational identity through firsthand accounts of the flood that function as a public reckoning with the legacy of anti-Mexican violence. So part of the purpose of La Tratahia is to publicly reckon with those racialized dimensions of the disaster, which can partly be seen in the epigraph that begins on the cover, which we will hear a little bit of reading in both Spanish and English on the epigraph.
En nombre de México, en nombre de nuestro país, hay que agradecer a esta dama su celo y su amor por los nuestros. I'm sorry, I think I have the order of this wrong.
Yeah,
okay. First, yeah. Okay, sorry, erase.
Over.
La colonia mexicana fue sin duda alguna la que más prejuicios sufrió en esta terrible hecatombe. Nuestros hermanos de raza se portaron heroicamente, salvando de las garras de la muerte a infinidad de inocentes.
Without a doubt, the Mexican quarter was the most affected by this terrible disaster. Brethren from our people acted heroically, saving countless innocents from the jaws of death.
Quiroga's epigraph is a recognition that while the Mexicano community suffered the most, they were not just victims, but heroes, worthy of recognition and honor. So from the start, the themes of recognition and sacrifice are set. A recognition that the Mexicano quarter suffered the most, a recognition they suffered the damages from a monstrous actor, and a recognition they behaved heroically to save innocence. Quiroga's articulation of vulnerability is also embraced as a strength, a capacity for cultural persistence through transformations of self-sacrifice. Quiroga's memorializing of the event through vulnerability and sacrifice folds a kind of resilience toward recognition of the lack of mutual vulnerability when Mexicano communities continue to suffer the most damages. As in the epigraph, a deep sense of the inequities of vulnerability reoccurs throughout La Travesía, particularly through metaphors of the flood as a racially motivated monster. Throughout the text, the flood is described as el monstruo cobarde, a cowardly monster, a stalking traitor with insatiable jaws that eats mothers, daughters, and young lovers seeking to return to Mexico. Quiroga makes these material and semiotic metaphors explicit through watershed distinctions in an early section called ¿Cómo fue la tragedia? How did the tragedy happen?
¿Cómo fue la tragedia? Excuse me. ¿Cómo fue la tragedia? Hay que ser justos. Digámoslo de nuevo.
How did the tragedy happen? We must be fair. Let us say it again.
El río de San Antonio se tragó pianos, alfombras de terciopelo, lunas venecianas de sin par, primor y riqueza.
The San Antonio River swallowed pianos, velvet carpets, Venetian masks of matchless wealth.
El arroyo del Alazán ahogó niños, mató mujeres, derribó hombres.
Alazan Creek drowned children, killed women, felled men.
Y fue la raza nuestra, fue el pueblo mexicano, cuya escasez de recursos no le permitía habitar en una casa alta. En barrio piadoso, una calle cercana al centro y fuera de peligro, la que sucumbió Beneida.
And it was our people, it was the Mexican people, whose lack of resources did not allow them to inhibit a high house, a gracious neighborhood, a street near downtown and out of danger, who died, defeated.
De un valor indomable, de un heroico y noble sentir que nada ni nadie hará torcer, al pasar los ojos por estas escenas, se verá que son águilas, que son leones, que son guerreros, siempre indominables los mexicanos. Did I read the wrong one again? Oh, here we go again. I apologize. I apologize. I guess I numbered these pages wrong.
Yes, keep it going.
Fueron los hijos de México los que más se adurmieron, insensibles al peligro, para despertar en los brazos del monstruo.
It was the children of Mexico who slept the most, unaware of the danger, only to awaken in the arms of a monster.
Fueron pues los arroyos de San Pedro y del Alazán, a los que más odio debemos guardar.
But it is for the San Pedro and Alazan creeks that we should hold the most hatred.
Porque el río acabó la riqueza, mientras que estos, los traidores, se hartaron de carne humana para vomitarla putrefacta, asquerosa y nauseabunda.
Because the river, it destroyed wealth, while these traitors gorged on human flesh to later vomit it up, putrid, revolting, nauseating.
These passages dramatize environments of inequitable sacrifice. In the experience of extreme weather events, landscapes and watersheds become differently violent in relation to material goods and racialized human bodies, particularly expressed through Quiroga's verb choices. It was only the sons of Mexico who para despertar en los brazos del monstruo. In Quiroga's watershed distinctions, he identifies a colonial monster that's violent, deadly, and yet a traitor and a coward for drowning Mexicanos in their sleep. So how did the tragedy happen? For Quiroga, the tragedy was that lack of mutual vulnerability, the recognition that under-resourced Mexicanos were violently sacrificed by a racially motivated monster. In this way, the 1921 flood is an analogical verification of colonial relations of economy and environment that legitimized and perpetuated anti-Mexican violence at the time. And in the epilogue, Quiroga and his team write about this book was meant to perpetuate these stories so as to remember them. Yet he also states another purpose, to transform vulnerability into sacrifices as public acts of cultural persistence and self-transformation. In doing this, he opens up the question of what political loss and political sacrifice can mean for minoritized publics in a polity.
Al escribir este libro, nos llevó el objeto de perpetuar en él la memoria de estos hechos.
In writing this book, we were guided by the goal of perpetuating in it the memory of these events.
Hemos llevado otro fin, el de demostrar que la raza heroica está siempre presta al sacrificio, cuando éste puede beneficiar a la humanidad.
We have had another end, to demonstrate that our heroic people always lend themselves to sacrifice when it could benefit humanity.
Hemos dicho también que hemos querido exaltar en él a la sangre hermana, al mexicano, que claudiante y doliente se arrastra y va por la vida pobre, miserable y triste, pero llena el alma de un valor inolvidable, de un valor indominable, de un heroico y noble sentir, que nada ni nadie hará torcer. Al pasar los ojos por estas escenas, se verá que son águilas, que son leones, que son guerreros, siempre indominables los mexicanos.
We have also said that we wanted to extol the united blood, the Mexican, who limping and in pain pulls himself up and reaches for life, for the poor, wretched, and sad, but with a heart full of unbreakable courage and a noble, heroic sense that nothing and no one can turn aside. As your eyes move over these scenes, you will see that they are eagles, they are lions, they are always indomitable warriors, these Mexicanos.
These acts of resilience resist erasure, partially through a recognition of a larger political quest to benefit humanity, and partially through the self-transformation into eagles, lions, indomitable warriors. Yet at the time, the widespread public misrecognitions of these acts are a threat. Again, through the tropes of the human environmental monster and its agency, Quiroga remarks that nothing and no one can turn aside the value and the nobility of that sacrifice. So the misrecognition of what is noble, heroic, and unbreakable does not just arise from a thing, but from a someone. Linking back to the context of extreme segregation for Quiroga, this extreme weather event fosters political emotion because it feels like the very landscape, a thing, has the capacity for cultural erasure. Yet the resilience to record these acts of violence, to make them recognizable, and to reinvent them as modes of persistence is to create a political language of shared sacrifice for the perpetuation of Mexicano identity. These recognitions and reinventions fulfill his purpose to extol the united blood of the Mexicanos, as does his choice to end his narrative with the symbol of an eagle on a cactus devouring a snake, the culebra de agua. This brings up a larger question. How are publics meant to deal with the problem of minoritized people are constantly and unjustly called to make the greatest sacrifices? In other words, how do publics deal with the problem of democratic sacrifice so vulnerability doesn't become a perpetual breeding ground for political distrust? Extreme weather events dramatically highlight the structures of colonial social order, characterized by the lack of mutual vulnerability, the racialized dimensions of inequitable sacrifice. In this sense, extreme weather events can become rituals of violence that fail to distribute pain and render it communal. It's the lack of mutual vulnerability and inequitable sacrifice that, exposed by the flood, is the cowardly and traitorous monster enacting racialized violence. Yet through their journalistic work on the flood, Quiroga and his team consciously engage in a public reckoning of that anti-Mexican violence. And it's clear they do this so reading publics might recognize this monster, see it, and honor those who were sacrificed by it, and honoring so the larger community can live on and do well by those who gave their lives. Such recognition and honors then make it possible to love this monster and to call to engage in mutual vulnerability and to put into practice legitimate shared sacrifices as a form of political solidarity. These deliberative acts culminate in Quiroga's portrait of Miss Fogleson, whose responsibilities are celebrated as a version of reciprocity and a practice of shared sacrifice.
Una dama que siempre se ha preocupado por el pueblo mexicano, sin estudiar español, habla ya mucho de nuestro idioma, de tanto rozarse con la clase maestrosa de nuestra patria, radicada en esta población.
Miss Fogelson, a lady who was always looked out for Mexican people. Without studying Spanish, she already speaks much of our language from so much time spent in contact with the underprivileged of our homeland who are settled in this city.
En nombre de México, en nombre de nuestro país, hay que agradecer. Oh my goodness.
Está bien, está bien.
No.
En este...
En esta vez desplegó todas sus actividades. Fue de aquí para allá. No tuvo sino instantes muy cortos para descansar y tornar a la brega.
On this occasion, she deployed all her activities going from here to there. She only had the briefest of moments to rest, and then she returned to the struggle.
En nombre de México, en nombre de nuestro país, hay que agradecer a esta dama su celo y su amor por los nuestros.
In the name of Mexico, in the name of our country, we must thank this lady for her zeal and for her love for our own.
La hemos visto inclinada, enjugando cariñosa el pie enfermo y lodoso de un anciano. La hemos visto tener en sus brazos un niño herido y cuyos lamentos llegaban al alma. Manchar sus albas ropas, oprimiendo en su pecho aquel pequeño ser que se moría.
We have seen her bent over, lovingly washing the sick, muddy foot of an old man. We have seen her holding in her arms a wounded child whose cries pierced the heart, and her pristine clothing pressed that small, dying child to her breast.
Hay que agradecérselo, lo repetimos, en nombre de México, en nombre de sus hijos.
We repeat, she must be thanked for this in the name of Mexico and that of her children.
What Quiroga makes clear is that Ms. Fogleson's commitment to return to the struggle is not just a religious or occupational devotion, but a political act that looks out for the underprivileged through constant contact and a constant return to the struggle. Through these practices, Ms. Fogleson not only recognizes the sacrifice of the Mexicano community, but honors them through compassionate acts of care, bilingualism, and struggle. This act is public in the sense it cares more for conditions of specific people and communities than political ends, which is a form of solidarity and a responsibility in moments of crisis. Thus, the extreme weather event is not just characterized by inequitable sacrifice, but by a resilience as a creative potential for mutual recognition, responsibility, and reciprocity in difficult situations. In Ms. Fogleson, Quiroga finds solidarity across cultural differences, and in his own act of recognition, he repeats, she must be thanked for this. Practices of shared sacrifice matter. In extreme weather events, everyone in their own ways of life, in their own social locations, is called to embrace vulnerabilities as potential strengths. In other words, shared sacrificial practices open capacities for mutual vulnerability to become political solidarity. In 1921 San Antonio, the solidarity is limited to individual portraits, while the larger colonial structures of urban life remain monstrously violent. Truly, there is little equity to be found because at the time, the structural social level saw little recognition of the Mexicano sacrifice, and it was never truly honored, but rather misunderstood, misrecognized, and then forgotten. The purpose of this event is to re-recognize and remember and honor those sacrifices. Like Ms. Fogleson, the purpose of the event is to also ask folks to constantly return to compassionate acts of care, bilingualism, and struggle. Quiroga's achievements and resilience are a recognition that the dead are not gone, that their sacrifices still require a public reckoning if we hope to strengthen our quest for political solidarity. Today, extreme weather events will come at us harder, faster, and on a bigger scale than most of us can imagine. We must remember these historical lessons. We must remember how people in the past have responded to these events. We must learn from these practices of shared sacrifice if we are to survive and thrive together through the worlds of extreme weather that are guaranteed to come. Thank you.
Okay, hello. My name is Victoria Villaseñor, and like John Philip Santos said in my introduction, I am a graduate student at St. Mary's University. I was born and raised on the south side of San Antonio, and I'm a public history student. I'll be graduating in December. I've devoted a lot of my research and my time and just my interest in understanding the local histories and how communities have formed. And researching the flood of 1921 with Dr. Lindsay Wick, who's here in the audience, and putting this story map together has really raised my own consciousness in understanding the disparities in the city and understanding the need to tell these stories and retell these stories and remember this devastation so that hopefully it does not happen again. So in this presentation, I'm going to be walking through a little bit of how we decided to at least try to put these stories together. We used a lot of the narrative and the experiences documented in the Tragedia document that these individuals just read to really inform the way that we structured this story, but also give a new presentation or give new life to these experiences in a digital capacity so that they could be more accessible to the community, especially during a pandemic when we're all kind of separated. We saw this as an opportunity to use a digital presentation as a way to build back that community, build back these memories, or remind people of exactly what happened and the resilience that exists in the Westside. So we took a lot of the narrative, like I said, the language that they used in the Tragedia document to convey the devastation. We paired that with historical data of the numbers of the devastation in downtown and on the west side to kind of juxtaposition the numbers, the loss, the experiences, the loneliness faced or experienced by these communities on the west side versus the businesses and larger corporations, the wealthier communities in downtown and the Olmos Park area, to really understand exactly what was not happening on the West Side. We use this platform to bring forth images to really humanize this experience and also help or guide people's understanding and realizing exactly what happened in San Antonio and what didn't happen in San Antonio. So on the top, you see these little tabs, and as we get into the West Side, if we can click, this is where we really used or channeled the narratives, the Tragedia document, to bring forth these stories. La Familia Ramon y Cepeda, which we've heard a lot of already this morning at the procession. We named off the names. And if you were there this morning, you would remember that this was the largest group of individuals living in one household that perished all in one. And this was the first reading from the other panelists here of a family whose mother had sent them away in hopes of them reaching higher ground or finding some sort of safety because they didn't feel safe in their own home. And I think what this story really captures is this idea, or really the reality, of not feeling safe anywhere on the West Side. In this story map, we have a map of exactly what the flood looked like in terms of volume and damage and just the way that it spread over across the city. The West Side in particular was trapped between three creeks, the Alazan, the Martinez, and the Apache Creeks. So these stories really kind of convey that feeling of being trapped in your own home and stepping out of your home, feeling trapped again, experiencing the flood and the devastation thereafter, feeling trapped in that devastation, in that debris, in that loss. We pair this narrative, this curation that we did, and this explanation of the narrative from the Tragedia document, trying to translate this in English. And translating it took a while because it's really hard to convey the emotion from Spanish to English, as we all know. There's just some things that don't translate, so we took the time to really dive into these documents and understand the devastation and the experiences of these individuals, pairing them with images like Char Miller has used on the cover. We use the same one here to bring forth this idea of loss, of resilience, like Char Miller said, but also of this idea of maturity, having these kids especially feel that loss, that pain, that feeling of not knowing what to do, but knowing that somehow they have to take over and continue on. So this little girl here, I see in her eyes this newfound maturity that she has to take on, and understanding exactly what happened to maybe her family, but now that she's alone in this moment and having to figure out how to hold a baby for one and how to move on after that. In the second story that we have, if we can click, we also see in another example of this type of maturity, El Niño Francisco. This is a story of a child about 9 or 10 years old who risked his own life to go save his brother. And while he was out there trying to save his brother, he noticed other children being swept away in this flood, in this arroyo, this stream, and selflessly making a very mature decision to risk his own life to try to save these other individuals. And just knowing at a young age that these are the conditions of the West Side, and this is the way that we react in an event like this, and having to respond so quickly, so selflessly, at such a young age that I couldn't even understand now. If I was put in that position, I would freeze. And in retelling the story, and translating the story into English and trying to capture all of the emotion in this, all of this fear, it really chokes you up. But it chokes you up, yes, but it also inspires us to kind of continue to tell these stories and to pair them with history, to bring the reality forth of exactly what these communities experienced. So throughout this story map that we have put together, we pair them with these images, we pair them with this data, with this history, and we also we juxtaposition this information with the things that were happening in San Antonio. So we have what was not happening on the West Side, and also what was happening to urbanize the city, to industrialize the city. And while certain portions of the city were taking off, the West Side remained the same. And this history, if we can click over to the next tab and scroll down a little bit to the post, those images. This is the images of the Almost Dam. We think about the images we have seen, or that you will see if you decide to scroll through this story map, the black and white images of this devastation on the West Side versus these very colorful, vibrant, optimistic images of the Almost Dam. While this was kind of a leveling catastrophe on the West Side, the downtown district, the North Side areas, city officials, builders kind of also saw this as a way to build up. So while this might have been, or this somewhat kind of meant the end, or an ending, or a new chapter on the West Side in a very devastating way, this was a new opportunity for the downtown and North Side districts to fortify themselves and continue to become stronger. At the same time, we have these this devastation that really lingers on into the next decades, where we really don't get any serious policy for infrastructure or drainage, and that really sets the West Side back, and we still have issues today. But we decided to use the platform of a story map, again, to illustrate the devastation that we as historians can convey in our minds, can put together in our own minds, but wanted to use this platform as a way to connect us all to this story, to bring in new perspectives and retell this story and reinterpret what we understand about inequalities in San Antonio, what we understand about environmental inequalities in San Antonio, and how they linger today, but also to connect us to the past that we have forgotten. One thing I would like to mention that I thought of as throughout the day as we were listening to other speakers is how this 100-year anniversary is, from what I have seen in the news recently, it's been kind of almost not glamorized, but just, did you know 100 years ago there was this big devastating flood that changed San Antonio forever? Very optimistic, very, very uppity, but also very vague in exactly what happened on the West Side. A lot of the photographs that we have found, we had to kind of trudge through in order to access and to present them here, paid for some of them. This is access to information that the community doesn't have unless you're in an institution like myself and you have access, you have connections to go to certain archives, to contact certain people, to understand what the heck happened in the ground that we're standing in right now. So in using this story map and other story maps that institutions like St. Mary's University, UTSA, starting to utilize these kind of story maps that give a more interactive experience, kind of decolonizes the archives that we have here in San Antonio. I myself didn't even know that there was a Bexar County Archives until like a year ago, and I've been a student for a year and a half, and how did I figure that out? I've been here my whole life. So this platform brings new opportunities to keep this memory alive, but also to connect us to the land that we're on right now, connect us to our community, not forget where we are coming from, and kind of inspire us or inform the decisions that we choose to make to protect ourselves, to get involved, and to make sure that this doesn't happen again, or at least to remind our city officials that this should not happen again. So this platform is here really as a gift to really myself initially, to understand what happened way before I was here, what happened way before my family was here, but a gift to the community who allowed us into this space. Like I said, I grew up on the South Side, so I don't have this in my ready memory. I don't have an exact memory of any kind of flood or environmental damage that happened on my side of town. However, I have this, and I have my resources and my skills to give back to the community in a new way, in a safe way, and also in a way that is easily shareable, transmittable across all different kinds of platforms, whether it's here at some a cultural event or a history event, or if we want to take this to city council or something, it's easily transmittable. It also keeps this community's history alive, relevant, and significant, I think. So I just really wanted to share this story map with you all, not only because it has to do with what exactly this conference is about, but also that there are new opportunities for historians, for people in the humanities field, people working in the community, to keep our stories alive, and to educate the future generations on what exactly happened that has shaped our consciousness now. So I guess this is my presentation of what I wanted to share with you all.
Victoria, where can people find that?
Hello, can you hear me? I have shared a link with the Esperanza Center, and so I'm sure we can share that all out to whoever is on the emailing list, or if you want to come with me and talk with me after this, I can definitely email you this link. You don't have to pay for it or anything. It's accessible and easily readable and all that good stuff. And also what I love about story maps is that the information that we have gathered, we've also sourced or cited. So if you'd like to dive in more, this platform gives you an opportunity to learn a little bit more as well, to direct you to more information.
Great, thank you. Any questions? You can come up to the microphones. I have, one just opening question. Yeah, do we have time? No time? Okay, so does anybody have a question? I'm just curious about the fact that we're going through these stories now 100 years after the event. And recently a lot of historiography has revealed the waves of anti-Mexican violence especially between 1900 and 1920. So that's the same kind of interval. These stories come to light 100 years later. What does it mean for these stories to resurface today, and how might they affect the way we organize ourselves going forward? Kenny, Rosie?
A fabulous question. Because the past is not gone, it's circular, right? That's why we have to remember. That's why Quiroga's document is so important, because it's the only one coming from this community. For me, the resilience that he speaks to and the need to distribute pain across a public is still relevant today. The need to build coalitions, as Char was talking about earlier, from bottom up, top down, to spread out, that's very much needed today. The need to have community voices be the biggest part of that, as your presentation gets at, I think is very needed today. But for me, I draw the lesson from shared sacrifice, from Quiroga's document, and the need to make that political, to ask for more sacrifices from those who already have so much, and to recognize the long history of sacrifices that the Westside has endured and been resilient upon, and that should be admired, that should be told, and should be recognized, so that we can reckon with the colonial orders still here.
Rosie, some last thoughts there? Rosie? Last thought, maybe?
You want us to say something? Let me say this, couple of things. One is that as I read the book, I had a feeling, and I had the same feeling when I read about Porvenir, which I did not know about, of this sadness and this anger that I've had all my life. The feeling that we were there, that we're still there, that we've had to fight for things, and that we still have to fight. But also, the idea of the heroics of those children and of those people who, despite all their loss, losing children, losing husbands, losing wives, aunts. Despite all that loss, picked up and reached for life. And I think that's a very incredible thing. And it is a thing that spurs us even today. Let me just go off and talk about one more thing, and that is what Victoria brought up about archives. Several years ago, I approached the Express News about the idea of trying to get them to print and to research all of the archives in San Antonio. Because as not being an academic, I still would like to know where that history resides. And that still hasn't happened as far as I know. I know that historians get together and archivists get together, but I've never seen one thing in one package that has all the archives. And if there's anybody that can do that, I hope that we will see that soon, because there's treasures there, and there's strength there, and there's a history that tells us how proud we should be of who we are.
Thanks so much. Thanks to our panelists. Bravo, thank you.
We're going to make a really quick transition to our next panel because we're a little behind. And so if the next panelist could come up and get situated, we'll get things lined up. Okay.
Very short. As much as I was moved by your readings, and I'm directing this to author here and the story map creator. First of all, there is so much wealth contained in what you've created and are sharing with everyone, not just the survivors, not just this community, not academia, but far beyond, and how wonderful that is. Appreciating. One thing that struck me among many from you was how this is really a microcosm, my word, I know, but in terms of those affected by climate change and throughout and for now. And that came through, as well as shared sacrifice. Also, I know you grew up on the West Side. I'm sorry, you said South Side. On the South Side, thank you for correcting me. COPS actually did some work on drainage and flooding on the South Side. When I moved here in '73, I was caught in some of the flooding there as I stood there during a flooding in September of '73. So a little sideline there, that it was in your areas, where you grew up as well. And I also wonder where you plan to take the skills and the impetus and what led you to create this.
Okay. Can you hear me? Let me see if I can take this. Okay. Thank you for your comment. Really what this program that I've been in for about 1.5 years, it's only confirmed my want, my need, my passion to give my skills back to my community and understand my own history. Because I know that there are a lot of young people like me who don't necessarily understand their place or their purpose or even why history is important. And while that bothers me on a personal level, I empathize and I understand. I grew up right along Mission San Jose. There's a lot of history there. And there's also a lot of neglect just from the community in really appreciating the community of the mission after secularization and throughout the 20th century to really upkeep the spirit of this community. That still exists today. So where I plan to keep or to share my skills after I graduate is just finding a way back to weave this into my community, into other communities that I can identify with and understand, and also bring forth this history to decolonize it or get it off of the shelves and make it a little bit more important again. What that looks like, I'm not too sure. But I know that I have the skills and the heart to do that, and that's where I'm going to devote my time, whatever that may mean. So we'll see.
Okay, Anna, can we have you come on up? And Diana, we're going to have you come and sit. Thank you, everyone. This is the last panel that will be here at the theater. After this, please stay tuned because there are going to be some announcements about logistics for the off-site events right after this. For our last panel, we are very pleased to have 2 people with us in person and then 1 person sent in a video. So we have 3 people with us for a panel called Remembering the Dead. First up, we have Dr. Ana Juarez. She's an associate professor emerita of anthropology at Texas State University with expertise in gender, sexuality, ethnicity, tourism, and globalization. Then we will have a video from Dr. Maria Teresa Hernandez, who's professor of world cultures and literatures at the University of Houston. Her work focuses on theories of globalization, historiography, religious studies, ethnography, narrative, and Latin American studies. Her publications include Cemeteries of Ambivalent Desire, Unearthing Deep South Narratives from a Texas Graveyard. And so we're going to hear a little bit more about that in her video. And then we have Diana Hernandez, who is currently a graduate student in historic preservation at the University of Texas at Austin. Her work locally and abroad highlights the preservation of cultural landscapes related to the history of racial violence. She's currently documenting and researching the history of a Mexicano Mexican-American cemetery in the Travis County area, as well as additional sites in Houston as part of her master's thesis. So I would like to invite Dr. Juarez up to the podium. And you just to advance your slides. Okay, that's perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to say I'm so honored to be here today at this amazing event. I'm sorry I missed the morning portion, but this last panel was great. And I want to thank all the organizers, and especially Sarah Gold, who was very patient with me as we organized things. And I want to thank you, the audience, and the other panelists. The title of my paper today is Living Funerary Practices, Cementerios and Grave Markers in Central Texas and the Border. Like many Mexican-American Tejanas, I grew up visiting cemeteries, and these visits helped me learn about my culture and family history. When I went to college, I started to recognize, is that on? Oh, okay, a little bit closer. When I went to college, there we go, I started to recognize how my own family fit into broad cultural and historical experiences, such as the Mexican Revolution. After my grandmother passed away in 2000, I began to go to the cemetery in Laredo more often, where I visited her and other deceased family members. Now, I can navigate the large Catholic cemetery in Laredo using the grave markers on both sides of the family to pass on a little something about our family history. In 2003, having finished a few articles based on my doctoral research on Mayas in Mexico, I found out that 2 Hispanic cemeteries in San Marcos had been vandalized. As you can see by the arrows, You can kind of barely see them there. These two cemeteries are on opposite sides of town. And there was lots of debate about who did it and why. Why did they go past all these other cemeteries to target specifically Hispanic cemeteries? I began volunteering to help document the damage and soon realized that I could use cemetery research as a way to learn more about the local Mexican-American community and help preserve their cemeteries. As I began living in and around cemeteries, documenting and preserving grave markers, and talking to the local community about wakes, burials, and other funeral rituals, I realized that funerary practices, cemeteries, and grave markers were, quote, alive. Wait, what do I mean by that? So, how are funerary practices, cemeteries, and markers alive? First, as my students and I started working and living in cemeteries, I quickly realized that they are truly living spaces. Anytime I hung out for more than a couple of hours, someone from the community would come out to pray, visit, repair, or decorate. Thus, people, both dead and alive, have ongoing relationships and literally live in cemeteries. Second, the grave markers live through constant maintenance, updates, and decorations. The markers and decorations actually help to create communities, tell stories, and embody cultural processes. A large cross commonly marks the center of many Mexican-American cemeteries, and here in the background, you see the mosaic cross named El Madero, which was recently restored with the help of the Hays County Commissioner's Court. In the 1930s, members of the Sociedad Mutualista, who founded the cemetery in 1909, placed a time capsule with mementos and 3 handwritten letters in a cubby inside the cross. Current board members recently opened the time capsule. Sadly, the old letters were no longer legible when opened. Still, their intention was to communicate and maintain social relations with the community in the future. Third, funerary practices, rituals, services, styles, and conceptions of death are constantly growing, living, dying, evolving, and changing. Like grave markers, they too create communities, tell our stories, and embody cultural processes. Oh, and by the way, you see I'm going to talk a little bit about San Pedro specifically. This is one of the cemeteries that my students and I have worked on quite a bit, and it was founded by the Mutual Aid Society. This is a picture of the Reglamento de Ley when they began the cemetery. So, prior to the 19th century, Catholic conceptions of a good death focused on 1, burial in a church graveyard, and 2, ongoing prayers for the dead. For believers, the goal of prayers was to speed the soul out of this temporary place called purgatory, where the deceased pay for their sins and eventually get into heaven. Prayers were also offered in special masses, and many faithful prayed to their deceased loved ones, who they believed could intervene on their behalf. What did not matter much were permanent grave markers and bodily remains. In fact, once the body was defleshed, the skeletal remains were often stored together in bone ossuaries. In rural areas, burials also occurred on ranches, farms, or near private homes. By the mid-1800s, as urbanization increased, public health officials around the world were becoming concerned about the spread of disease and the public health risks of burials, So cemeteries moved out of churchyards to the outskirts of towns and cities and became increasingly commercialized. Let's look at some examples of grave markers that focus on prayers for souls. Inscriptions on grave markers tell us much about communities and the culture of death. 20th century cemeteries in San Marcos contain a few grave markers that reflect the importance of praying for the dead, right? This older kind of practice. Older but ongoing, right? In fact, I'm one of those. The one you see on screen is in Cementerio San Pedro, where anyone, this was super important for them, where anyone of any faith, race, or class could be buried, as long as they contributed even 1 grain of sand. And I just want to add here the context within which this cemetery was established. Those of you who have been talking about archives and so forth, in San Marcos, the funeral homes did not record the name of the dead. They actually just recorded their ethno-racial status, right? So up to 90% in some of the documents, some of the funeral home ledgers are listed as solely as Mexican or Negro. Although most burials prior to the 1940s were marked with simple wood crosses, which unfortunately have not survived, a few of the remaining legible markers invoke prayers. These markers date between 1911 to 1921. The text, oh, did I skip here? Oops, yeah, I should have done that, but anyways, the text, so, okay. This is I thought I had a little piece in here where oh yeah. So the text on the marker here reads, Año de 1911, falleció Juanita T. Torres el día 13 de septiembre, de edad de 19 años. Nació el 30 de marzo de 1892. Un Padre Nuestro y una Ave María en honra y gloria de su alma, que en paz descanse. And here's the close-up. Actually, I think I may have skipped. Is there a way to go back? Oh yeah, I see here. Yeah, that was, yeah, somehow I skipped. There we go. That was the marker I was talking about. Okay. Based on a preliminary analysis of the cemetery, the last marker to mention prayers or a person's soul dates to 1921. During the early years of the cemetery, note the very simple mosaic tile cross and the curved border here, as well as the large empty spaces surrounding the plot. This is where about 75% of the wood crosses and other fragile markers in the oldest part of the cemetery have disappeared, right? That's why you see empty spaces around there. Observe that the plaque located below the mosaic cross uses a very original reverse technique, what I call a reverse technique. I'm an anthropologist, not a preservationist, found on many markers, including the large central cross known as El Madero. Letters are stamped in concrete and then filled with colored grout. I'm not sure where this technique originated or where else it is found outside of Central and South Texas, but please let me know if you've seen it outside of that area. The text here reads, Aquí se encuentran los restos de Angelita Barrón, falleció el 16 de septiembre de 1921. Sus padres dedican este recuerdo, que en paz descanse su alma. So that's the last known reference to anything that mentions the soul or prayers. Note also that it's really common for inscriptions in the first half of the 20th century to specify the family members who dedicated the memento of death, as you see here with the parents, sus padres dedican este recuerdo. Now I'll talk about how people, both dead and alive, live in cemeteries. Whether it's individuals or extended families of several generations, I've rarely visited San Pedro or other Mexican or Mexican-American cemeteries without encountering human company. Multi-generational families, including grandchildren, children, parents, grandparents, tíos, tías, hang out, eat and drink, tell family stories, listen to music, and remember and pray for the dead and to the dead, as seen in this picture. These interactions create ongoing reciprocal relationships, not only with the living, right, but also with the dead. And I think that's some of what's going on here today. We see that creation of these ongoing relationships. The dense, intense social networks of kin, community, and friends are actually created in these ongoing interactions. The dead are literally remembered. One of the most important cemetery activities involves cleaning, decorating, and maintaining plots and grave markers, as seen in this picture from Nuevo Laredo's Panteón Municipal. There, people still clean and repair their own graves or pay poor women or youth for this task. In contrast, most US cemeteries today are commercialized and institutionalized, and the cost of maintaining the cemetery is included with the cost of the plot. Most grave markers, too, are granite, which generally do not need to be cleaned or maintained as often, if at all. Still, some older Mexican-American cemeteries, like San Pedro, expect individuals to maintain their plots, and many families still find ways to clean, care for, and decorate their loved ones' grave markers. Colorful cemeteries full of flowers have long been characteristic of Mexican-American cemeteries. Over the last few decades, commercialization has led to other major changes. In the past, funerary work was often gendered for either men or women. Men were more likely to clean plots and make grave markers, and most of the majority of these graves in places like San Pedro and Guadalupe cemeteries in San Marcos are homemade, right? They're beautiful folk art, you know, examples of folk art that we see there in the cemeteries. While women brought food, fresh flowers, and took care of children. With commercialization and the move to granite markers, men rarely make homemade markers anymore. Women's activities also changed. They quickly began using their business savvy to convert homes surrounding cemeteries into flower and grave decorating shops, usually depending on family labor, such as the one seen here in Laredo. I'd like to, I'm sure for everyone here, you've been to San Fernando Cemetery, where I believe there are also flower shops located all around. And one of my students, Marta Salazar, has conducted her research there on just that whole process and how that happened. Over the years, friends and families have upped the decorating game. In addition to all the flowers, they decorate with yard art, solar lanterns, and personal pictures and mementos of recent births, birthdays, graduations, weddings, and other events, thus speaking to their deceased loved ones, as well as informing living friends and family who visit about important life events. Right? So you go to the cemetery, you see, oh, mira, ya se graduó, or oh, mira. In sum, contemporary mortuary rituals continue to be important for our community. Our relationships with the dead do not end with death. Funerary practices are one of the most important ways by which we continue our relationships with those who have passed. We communicate with all of our loved ones, living and dead, through traditions such as cemetery visits and grave decorating. In fact, these practices strengthen and even create bonds to our families and community. In honor of the victims of the flood and the many who lost their lives, and the remembering that the community is doing today, I would like to thank you and thank the organizers of this event.
In the interest of time, we want to make sure that we are able to do the cemetery tour after this. So we're going to skip playing the video for now. We will put it online so you can watch it later. And we're going to go straight to Diana Hernandez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. My presentation is based off of my thesis, Una Cruz de Madera, Reactivating and Preserving Memories at the San Jose Cemeteries. As mentioned, I'm an MS candidate in Historic Preservation at the University of Texas at Austin. As a student representative from UT Austin, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the indigenous lands of Turtle Island, the ancestral name for what now is called North America. Moreover, I would like to acknowledge the Alabama Cushara, Caddo, Carrizo Comecrudo, Coahuiltecan, Comanche, Kickapoo, Lipan Apache, Toncoa, and Isleta del Sur Pueblo, and all the American Indian and indigenous peoples and communities who have been or have become a part of these lands and territories in Texas. A wooden cross of the simplest kind, that is what I request upon my death. I don't want luxuries that cost millions. The only thing I want is for songs to be sung, that a great celebration be had for the death of a poor person. Those are the lines of a song that is sung by my family at funerals. It is a song that was popularized by Miguel y Miguel and Ramon Ayala in the 1990s. I chose to incorporate the song because it speaks to ideas of elevating the death and remembrance of Mexico's poor working class, much like my own family. Like all the stories that are passed down, our traditions and the material culture associated with it is transferred as well. As a Mexican American, I view cemeteries as an integral part of not only paying respect to our ancestors, but also as a vital aspect of our cosmic worldview. In the Mexican cosmovision, there is a sense of being and a sense of place, even in death. As my work focuses on Mexican-American cemeteries in Austin, Texas, I will begin with a brief introduction into the main cemeteries that I research, San Jose Cemeteries 1 and 2. In learning about these cemeteries, I hope that your appreciation deepens for historic Mexican-American cemeteries. To give a history of the San Jose cemeteries, I must first provide a historical context of the area. the city of Montopolis adopted schemes of plantation agriculture gradually, introduced slavery, and became a small-scale thriving economic site. It was officially established in 1830 when Jesse C. Tannehill from Kentucky claimed a town site on the top of a hill by the Colorado River, named Montopolis, Greek for city on a hill. At the time, Montopolis had high expectations and competed for dominance over that stretch of the river with another settlement up north known as Waterloo, later named Austin. By the early 1900s, however, sustained inflows of Mexican migrants began to change Montopolis beyond its white and black demographics. The Montopolis Bridge, built in 1938, served as the main source of entry into Austin for basic needs and social services. In 1919, the Mexican-American community in Montopolis organized to found San Jose I. Principal actors in this were the members of the Unión Fraternal Mexicana, a Mexican-American mutual aid society. The cemetery's policy of free burials for Mexican indigents caused San Jose I to fill up unprecedentedly quickly, thereby necessitating the founding of San Jose II in 1949. Given the site's connection to the founding of San Jose, to the establishment of the Mexican-American sharecropping community, the site is of vital importance to the preservation of the Mexican-American community's history in the area. San Jose Cemetery 1 and 2 are both located in Montopolis, a neighborhood in southeast Austin, and my team's study into these sites informs our analysis regarding how these two cemeteries reflect parts of Texas' tainted racial, exclusionary, and changing histories. Currently, Montopolis is facing significant gentrification, much like all of Austin, and places the future of underdeveloped land at risk, which leads me to tell the research story into the San Jose cemeteries. This brings me to our recovery process. A large portion of the recovery process came from working with archival materials such as death certificates. Here, I'm talking about the recovery of 300 death certificates and what life I could extract from them. I must note that for the purpose of this project, I stopped at 300, but there are so many more that have yet to be documented. So I started to compile data for the people interred at the site. I narrowed it down to the following categories: first name, last name, age at death, gender, year born, year died, cause of death, primary cause of death, secondary causes, home address, place of death, occupation, undertaker/funeral home, and notes. The compilation of data led to the following findings. Here, I wanted to make note that I compare my findings from when I started in 2020 with those of 2021, the current results. For a place of death, one can note that hospitalizations went up in numbers, but deaths at home significantly surpassed all other categories. This was due to limited access to hospitals. For occupation, something interesting to note is that children became the second most common inhabitants of the cemetery. Housewives moved up to third most common. Previously, housewives came in fourth. And the first category, or the most common occupation for those interred at San Jose, were laborers. For primary cause of death, tuberculosis became the most common cause of death, followed by pneumonia. Realizing that a significant number of community members were dying from tuberculosis prompted me in a different direction than I expected, but an important one at that. I started to look into the history of tuberculosis and its impact on the Mexican-American population, and realized that this wasn't a situation that was unique to the inhabitants of Montopolis. This was a national issue. Emily K. Abel notes on her research studying the history of tuberculosis in the Mexican-American population that East Coast officials associated various contagious diseases with immigrants, even in the face of epidemiologic falsification, and fought to limit their entry into the country. The prevalence of tuberculosis among Mexicans depicted them as agents of disease. Natalia Molina, in How Races Made in America, Immigration, Citizenship, and the Historical Power of Racial Scripts, states that the use of disease as a basis for exclusion has been an explicit aspect of US immigration policy since the 19th century. Furthermore, to ensure that Mexicans would be included in the later quota-based immigration legislation, it was imperative to depict them as undesirable and dangerous. Medicalized nativism was central to this, which had emerged early in the century and intensified during the mid to late 1920s and the Great Depression, serving as a justification for mass deportations. This ultimately led to the creation of racialized identities that still inform the society of today. When looking through the archives, I didn't find much in relation to the history of the San Jose Cemetery or of the community's history. It is because of this that the role of oral history in this work became so vital. I bring you back to the death certificate that I showed you at the beginning of my presentation. It is for Miguel Guerrero, who died by accidental drowning, trying to rescue his deceased son. Through the oral history that I was able to conduct with his family, I learned that Mr. Guerrero was a founding member of the Unión Fraternal Mexicana, the mutual aid society that helped found the San Jose cemeteries. And he also played a key role in establishing the Cinco de Mayo and 16 de Septiembre celebrations at the historic Zaragoza Park in Austin, Texas. Suffice it to say, Mr. Guerrero played a very active role in his community up until his untimely death. Without the oral interview, I would not have been able to document this incredible history of Mexican-American activism and leadership as seen through his life. I was gonna play a clip, but I don't think it can play. Did I do that? I'll just go over what it says. In this clip, you can hear Miguel Guerrero's last living daughter, Hipólita Guerrero Portillo, talk about her father's involvement with the Unión Fraternal Mexicana. She mentions that they purchased a place where they had meetings to discuss what they were and were not going to do as an organization. The organization, according to Mrs. Guerrero Portillo, was responsible for planning the community Cinco de Mayo festivities. And that's Miss Hipólita Guerrero Portillo on the left-hand side with her grandnephew and grandniece. Nonetheless, there's much more to unearth at these sites. This unpacking is much needed work, as not much is written on the history of the Mexican-American sharecropping community in Montopolis in Austin, Texas. That is why one has to rely on the memories inscribed upon the landscape. One has to question the implications of these sometimes violent recollections and how they impacted the remembrance of the sites and of the medieros, or sharecroppers, of the early to mid-20th century. San Jose Cemeteries 1 and 2 are still culturally active and productive landscapes. And because of that, sites of contestation over the authenticity of our past and its associated recollections. Emplacing memory is essential to our understanding of the relationship between place, memory, and identity. This, in turn, is crucial to our understanding of the world, its past, present, and future. Even if buried, the truth lays in the memoryscape situated at the crossroads of place, identity, and history, as seen through the San Jose cemeteries in Austin, Texas. Thank you.
I want to thank the two of you so much. Both of these panelists traveled into San Antonio to be with us today. So can we get another round of applause for them? Anna and Diana have really set the stage for what we have to offer next. And I'm so sorry that those of you who are live streaming don't get to travel with us virtually to the cemetery. But what we're going to do is we are going to travel to San Fernando number 1, which is one of the oldest extant cemeteries in the city. And we're going to have a tour led by Sylvia Reyna. Are you in here, Sylvia? There she is, Sylvia Reyna, who is archivist at the Texana Library at the downtown San Antonio Public Library. If none of you have ever had the chance to visit the Texana, I think you are open again to the, nope. Okay, well, at least have the Texana on your radar. They are a treasure trove of information about San Antonio history, and they have a lot of great people working there like Sylvia. So Sylvia has put together a wonderful tour for us. Now, I understand that not everybody may feel comfortable or be able to walk to San Fernando with us, so we have an option B. And option B is to walk to Casa de Cuentos, which is a shorter distance, 2-3 blocks. At Casa de Cuentos, they will be playing a presentation of that Sylvia created. And so you'll be able to see some slides, some images, and she also does a voiceover of it. However, if you can go with us to the cemetery, you can actually see where some of the grave sites are and then hear Sylvia's explanation of the site. And so if you want to go to Casa de Cuentos, that is at 816 South Colorado Street, and it's beautiful little yellow house. You can't miss it. And if you want to go to San Fernando, that is 1110 South Colorado Street. So Casa de Cuentos is kind of like that way, and the cemetery is about that way. I'm going to be going to the cemetery if you want to kind of follow me, but then there will also be some people going to Casa de Cuentos. So you've got two options. And when we do wrap up the cemetery tour, we will all then be going to Casa de Cuentos for a kind of a closing ceremony. We opened this morning with a beautiful ceremony by the creek, and we'll have one more ceremony as we close out for the day. But I want to thank all of you who managed to make it out today to the theater. I know we had to keep it at a relatively small crowd, but hopefully next year we'll be able to fill this place to the brim. And I want to thank everybody who watched online. These videos will stay online, so you can share them with your friends, you can watch them again. And again, we're going to add one more video later on that we didn't get to include just now, but that way there'll be some bonus material online. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, before I go, do you have an announcement? Yes, okay, if you come with us to, after the cemetery, we'll all go to Casa de Cuentos. Dr. Tomás Ibarra-Frausto will be speaking. We're also gonna have a song, and so it'll be a lovely ceremony. Thank you to the Guadalupe for having us here. Thank you, Jorge. And I think we will be signing off from the Guadalupe Theater and heading out. Thank you.